right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the wrestling chat for this July Saturday evening. With us tonight we have the co-host of the show, Kingpin. How are you tonight? He might not be there. Oh, there he is.
Just slow clicking buttons. What's up?
Yep. And then the one that was actually in here first was Squidload. So how are you tonight, Squid?
Hey everybody, welcome to this week on Loaded. Oh wait, wrong night.
Yeah, wrong night. That's tomorrow night. We're actually on the proper schedule this weekend. And then next we had Mr. Jason Stewart. How are you tonight, Jason?
I'm doing pretty good. I hope you guys are.
Yep. So I don't know if you guys have been following, but we did have a. Remember how we've been talking about whether or not uh, Sasha Banks is still employed by WWE? Well, it still hasn't officially been confirmed whether she's been let go or not. But she did an appearance at a Comic Con type of event. I think it was this past weekend, not this weekend, but last weekend, where she got like $60,000 for it. And her publicist released a statement stating that if anybody wants to hire her for any conventions, that's going to be the going rate, and that she will not be doing anything wrestling related until beginning of the year.
Is this the blue-haired girl?
Yep, the one that walked out.
Yeah, she got like blue hair, and then she'll wear like a blue outfit,
Uh-huh.
turquoise blue. Is that who that
Yep.
Sasha Banks is? Okay, she's a cute girl.
Yeah, that. But again, we still don't have any official confirmation whether she was released or not. But WWE apparently has taken her off of the internal roster listing at the offices, and she has removed all little things off of her like Twitter and Facebook and stuff having to do with WWE. So it's looking like more and more she was, even though we haven't officially gotten any word.
Could she be one of the girls Vince got in trouble with?
Highly doubt that, because that was all office personnel.
All right. Sounds to me like WWE can't fire her because somewhere in her contract they have to pay her if they fire her. She
Well, they
can't
all
quit. She can't quit because somewhere in her contract she's going to get screwed by the WWE if she quits before her contract runs out. So what she's doing is she's fired, and as soon as her contract runs out, WWE just won't re-sign her. But she can still do appearances. What she can't do is wrestle anywhere because in her contract it'll say she can't wrestle anywhere, and it'll probably say that she can't. I'd imagine that when she goes to these Comic Cons or these other events, she's probably using some type of other personality because if I'm Vince and you're my character and I don't give you permission to go to Comic Con, you're not going to Comic Con as Sasha Banks. You're going to Comic Con as uh, Keisha Washington.
Yeah, Mercedes, whatever her last name is, I forget. Her real name is Mercedes something. I forget what her last name is. But you're not far off. What's going on? This is my take on it. Because her contract is supposed to be coming up soon, and right now she is officially, the last that was heard, she was suspended without pay. If they let her go, they would have to pay her for 90 days, and she couldn't do anything for 90 days. If her contract is up at the beginning of the year, that would explain why she said she isn't, or through her publicist, that she's not going to be making any wrestling appearances till then. She can go and appear at Comic Cons because she's doing that as the character she played in The Mandalorian, which she's not doing it as a wrestling personality, so she can get away with it that way. But if she were to show up at like Starcast in a couple of weeks, and that's the event Ric Flair's going to be having his last wrestling match and stuff. If she were to show up there for a panel at that show, then she's in breach of contract with WWE.
So, in other words, you agree with everything I just said.
To an extent.
That's okay.
So she's on severance pay.
Yeah, I don't think it's by her choice. I think it's that she's not getting paid and everything. I think it's because WWE, when she walked out, WWE told her, don't come back.
Well, that's you suspend her without pay for the duration of the contract, and
Yeah.
that also screws her over because she can't, she can't go work somewhere else as a wrestler, and she's gonna have to pretty much start over.
Right. And like I said, if they were to release her, the way that all the wrestlers have their 90 days non-compete set up if you're on the main roster, because WWE has it in their contract where they can release you at any time. If they wanted to, they could release Brock Lesnar right now, and there's not much Brock could do about it other than to sit at home for 90 days not doing anything. Because that would prevent him from doing UFC or anything like that as well. So what they're doing, instead of cutting her, they're just letting her sit at home and collect no paycheck for until her contract runs out at this point, if that's what's happened.
Yeah, that's a good company move.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do. I mean, especially if you acted like that, I'll screw you over for sure.
Okay. What led to this? What did she do to fall out of good graces?
Okay. Her and Naomi were the women's tag team champions. They were supposed to go take part in a fatal four-way to determine who the number one contender for at the time was Becky Lynch still for her Raw Women's Championship. And somehow they took that as being a punishment and decided they weren't going to do it. Walked into John Laurinaitis' office, who at the time was the director of personnel, essentially. I think they call it talent relations or something like that, but basically the personnel director. And he's the guy that's in trouble along with Vince McMahon, by the way. But anyway, they threw the tag team championship belts on his desk and left.
So they copped an attitude because they didn't want to do the gig, right?
Yeah, basically.
And they made the fatal mistake of thinking they were irreplaceable.
Mm-hmm. You're the type. It's funny because WWE has not done anything with those women's tag team belts since then either.
So what about the other girl? What did they do to her?
From what we know, she's in the same boat, but she wasn't as high profile as Sasha Banks is. She's like next tier down. So you're not hearing as much of a deal about her, and she hasn't gone out doing anything like Sasha Banks has either since then. She's basically sat at home and kept her mouth shut, whereas Sasha Banks is out doing conventions and all this other shit. So, but as far as we know, Naomi's in the same spot that Sasha Banks is. What may help Naomi keep her job eventually, if she does manage to keep her job, is she's married to one of the Usos, who are the cousins of Roman Reigns and are the tag team champions right now. So that may help her keep her job, but Sasha doesn't have that safety net like what Naomi could potentially have. And from what they've been saying, the backstage rumors and everything that keep getting reported, Sasha is the one that instigated them both walking out that night. But again, that's just rumor mill, so take that for what it's worth.
Oh, so she could say, well, it wasn't my idea, it was Sasha's. Okay.
Well, again, there have been unconfirmed reports from people backstage that said that it was Sasha's idea to do it. So again, that's just it's the rumor mill. You know how rumor mills are. All we know for sure is that they walked out and they're both in trouble at this point. Just how much trouble, for sure, we don't know because nobody's saying anything at this point. Neither side is saying what's happened as far as that's concerned.
Well, another thing to think about too, and I guess unless you're super duper into risk management, you probably the average person wouldn't think about these type of results this far down the line, especially if they didn't know, at the time because it didn't happen at the time. But the WWE might be sitting there going, "We're not hiring or firing anybody till we find out whether or not Vince is getting jacked up here or not." So everybody might be in limbo right now, and you go in with your chest all stuck out and start throwing your title belts on the boss's table and yelling at him. They might sit you over in a little corner for a while and just let you sit there with no paycheck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be.
I
Okay,
stand with Sasha, man. Vince needs to come to grips with a woman's choice, man. I said I stand for Sasha. Could get me a
you can
sign.
say that because you think she's cute, but yeah. To Kingpin's point, that would be a valid point, except for they have released wrestlers since these two have walked out.
Well, yeah, and the Vince thing didn't happen when they walked out. Vince thing didn't
No,
happen for
that
like another month or so.
yeah, that was like 2 months after they walked out.
Yeah. One of the bigger problems is somebody in the boardroom that is, doing the thought bubbles on how we're going to put matches together and what we're going to. Sasha Banks and whoever that Nicole person is, neither one of them are championship women's caliber. They'd
Oh,
make
they
horrible
yeah,
champions.
they are. Both of them are. Both of them have held women the Raw or SmackDown Women's World Title.
Well, just because Barack Obama's got the Nobel Prize too. It does not mean he deserves it.
Well
True.
played,
That's
Kingpin. Well
true.
played.
Yeah.
It's not the same situation. Barack Obama got
It-
that for doing absolutely nothing.
And look, okay, I'm. This is hard for me, but I'm gonna go ahead and lay it out. Bianca Belair is the top, so I'm not gonna waste 30 minutes oogling over Bianca Belair. Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair and that other heavier sized woman that was in the match the other day. You said the Hart woman, the Bret
Yeah,
Hart woman.
Natalia Neidhart.
They all make, in my opinion, heavyweight champion or world champion female wrestlers because people like them. They're good characters. They're real active. They're strong. Uh, Sasha Banks. Sasha Banks is kind of like I don't know how to put it. Not like a comedic relief, but a good sidekick. I don't know. Yeah, I don't
She's she's a multiple time women's champion, man. Both in NXT and on the main roster.
And no, she's talented. She's very talented. She's one of my favorite wrestlers. I just don't think that marketability in my mind, and I don't know squat about this chick, but in my mind, from what little bit I've seen of her and her ring presence and stuff like that, she just doesn't have that marketability to be standing in the middle of the ring with 30,000 people chanting her name, as the champion.
Oh, it's happened. Trust me, it's happened.
Is Liv Morgan still the champion?
Yes.
5 feet of fury?
Yeah, she's still the SmackDown Women's Champion.
And that's just acceptable because of her level of hotness.
Yeah, 5 feet of hotness.
So if it's Liv Morgan and she's defending against Alexa Bliss when she's not doing the silly doll thing, who do you guys root for then? Because you both said that both of them are really hot.
I'm drawing a blank. Which one's Alexa Bliss?
The one that had the doll.
Oh, the doll, the crazy
Yeah.
chick?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. I kind of got a
See,
thing for the crazy chicks.
you're contemplating that hot crazy scale right now.
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
He
but
knows
this
better, but he wants to do
we
it
ain't,
because it's forbidden.
yeah, we're not talking crazy. This girl's just flat whacked. That's why I like her.
That's a tough one, man, because the crazy one looks like my boss's wife a little bit when she was younger, obviously, 'cause, they're probably 20 years apart. Uh, and then the Liv Morgan chick is super hot. Man, can't they just both be champion? I'm all right. I'm having an idea right now. I'm having an idea. So you'll just have to judge it as it comes out. They are the women's world championship wrestlers.
I was gonna say they could
I
freebird
like
rule.
it.
They could. I was gonna say they could form a stable, and they could freebird rule the women's title.
No,
You're saying
I
they're
like
both
it.
bi?
Yeah, I like it. I'm
That's what.
actually,
That's why Kingpin said it came off. But
yeah, I think that's a great idea, man. I'm actually envisioning it in my mind.
All right. Edit this part out. Anyway, so Squib has sensitive ears, so he had to step away. Their finishing move, the double scissor. So that technically it's like a triple scissor, if you get what I'm saying.
uh-huh. Yeah, I'm just gonna say we're gonna let them be the first ones to ever, as individual singles wrestlers, use the freebird rule.
Man, I wish the WWE was listening to this, because seriously, Vince or Stephanie, whoever's in charge, you need to hire Kingpin, man. He's got a vision for your company that will take you to places you've never been.
And you know what?
Normally I would be humble about somebody saying something like that, but I'm gonna go ahead and say, damn right.
He's picking the right time to do it, because news reports this week were that WWE is dropping the TV PG and going back to TV 14 like it was during the Attitude Era.
Sex sells. And when you're in a tough market, you got to do what you got to do to sell.
Patriot doesn't click in every Saturday with oil, jello, or mud because he's trying to crack a joke just. But, dude, every guy wants to watch hot chicks wrestle, but they don't want to watch them fight. We got UFC to watch girls actually fight. So get rid of the female wrestlers altogether, and then just have a giant oil wrestling pit for, the intermission or something like that.
Oh, shit, if you look at the Attitude Era, the women's division, that's pretty much all it was.
Yeah, but they didn't have a giant swimming pool full of oil.
No, they had a swimming pool that they had to wrestle in full of mud.
Well, I didn't watch that.
Yeah, that
Or
mud,
Jello.
that's kind of so cliche, man. The baby oil, though, man. I mean, just a little bit of that goes a long way.
Well, they probably
Just
did
imagine
that too.
gallons of it.
No, they probably did that too. I mean, and then you had the evening gown matches where the point of the match was for one was the one that tore the other one's clothes off.
Dumb.
So, Jason, you're saying you wouldn't go see women's mud wrestling?
No. I just think to be successful, you should be a little more creative than that. That's just a little old school. That's all. Not harping on the originality or the tradition or history. I'll take a mud match, but we're just deep into the millennium now. Let's step it up a little bit. Plus the oil, you get to see a little more.
I think half the stuff that the women's division did in the Attitude Era, they wouldn't be able to put on TV today.
Would you imagine them coming off the top rope or a ladder in a flip and hitting a slick baby oiled mat and just go flying across the ring.
Oh God, somebody get hurt.
Zoom right into the front row.
Yeah, like you prop the opponent up over in the turnbuckles, in the corner. Then you go on the opposite corner and swan dive off onto the mat and slide right into him, like a kick to the gut or something.
Yeah, but see, okay, here during the board meeting, here's where I would have to take my executive privilege and say, okay, guys, let's get refocused. That's all fun and games and all that kind of stuff, but we got to get the girls basically slap fighting and massaging each other fighting in these oil matches. We don't want to get back to the violence. Go back to the UFC for the violence. We want greasy, slippery chicks slipping and greasing all over each other. That's how we gotta stay focused, team. Gotta stay focused.
Oh, I
Yeah,
agree. I just think I didn't know we was gonna go that far. I thought we
yeah.
was.
The problem is, if you look at who owns the networks that WWE has their programming on, they would never be allowed to put that on TV. On one side, you have NBC Universal that does Raw. On the other show, SmackDown, is on Fox, which is now owned by Disney. Both of those companies are so goddamn woke, they would never let that go on the air.
This championship match is a 1 hour television time limit minimum.
Well, wait a second. Hold on. So, in other words, you're not going to let us have our female world champion oil massage match because you think that's degrading to women? Is that what you're telling me?
You forgot
In the views of NBC Universal and Disney, yes.
you forgot Kingpin. You forgot the buy part, and I think if you throw that in, you'll appeal to their wokeness, and they'll agree to it.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
because then you're going to the LGBTQ thing, so
Well, yeah, of course we're gonna have the bi part in there. I mean that's for sure. So you're totally a transphobe if you're not interested in that. And then this is women's rights, and no, I can't define what a woman is, but I can show you what one is. And
well,
not only
I
that,
can't do
this
that.
is this is like medical. This is like medical training because anybody will tell you that a good massage is part of a good, healthy body and healthy lifestyle. See, I've got all this stuff covered. And then they're racist. I mean, I'm black. They're racist. So
You identify as black now?
yes, Rich is racist now too.
Why? 'Cause I asked if you
Because he identifies as white. I mean, that's kind of a default for him.
That is true. Defense dads in the heels.
Yep. Even in defense, Dad. How the hell did we even get onto this topic?
So is it
It's what
Sasha
you-
Banks? Go
Yeah.
ahead, Jason. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, man, once you start talking wrestling and mud and baby oil and swimming pools, it's kind of hard to get off that topic for a minute.
All right, what were you going to say, Kingpin?
So does Sasha Banks got a wrestling career after the WWE, strings her out for the next 3 or 4 months or however long her contract is? Or do you think she's going to try to get into more of these action type of movie? You said she was in some type of comic book movie or something.
She was in The Mandalorian, that Star Wars TV show that was on
Oh yeah,
Disney
she
Plus or whatever.
was.
Yeah.
What do you like on it like once or on it like she was
She had a recurring character. From my understanding, she was a recurring character.
All right.
On the first season, or
Yeah, I think so. First,
really?
I didn't watch it, so I don't know for sure.
I can't watch it now. I watched the first season, and since then, once I've learned all the crap that Disney does, I canceled my subscription. So.
Yeah, I haven't watched any
But
of
I
the
did like the
Mandalorian.
show at the beginning. It was very Star Warsy, but
Yeah.
I don't remember Sasha Banks.
I've seen her in her costume. She was one of the women Mandalorian type people. don't know if she was actually a Mandalorian, but she was like wearing that kind of getup in the picture I
Okay.
saw.
You got any of these that play Twi'lek slave girls or what?
I'm about ready to Google this.
Okay, you guys know more about this stuff than I do, so you're gonna have to walk me through this. And heads up, this is anti-woman nonsense stuff. Like, not my stuff's not gonna be nonsense. Their stuff is nonsense. What is a Mandalorian? Mandalorian is Boba Fett, right?
Boba Fett was the last of the
Yeah.
Mandalorians.
Yeah.
So Mandalorian is what? A bounty hunter?
Yeah, they're a bounty hunter. It was a clan of bounty hunters. You could have been from any race, but in the Star Wars universe, but you had to be accepted into the Mandalorians.
Okay, so now we're talking across the entire universe because Star Wars was
Right,
like that across light years of universes and stuff, right?
right.
So there was. It's shame on anybody for this because she should be put in prison. No way in the world would 12 people in the universe. There's no way they're gonna pick a girl. This is not possible. Why would a girl be this vicious bounty hunter that's gonna hunt down Jedi's and stuff?
Because that's the way the Mandalorians were raised.
Yeah, they're like warrior monks.
Or she's an
whatever.
angry feminist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
the
looked at,
Mandalorian didn't have dirty dishes and floors that needed vacuuming. I mean, that girl could have did something useful. She got killed her first day on a job. Come on.
Mandalorians don't eat in front of others.
They would just throw the dishes out the airlock.
But I looked it up. Yeah, I do remember her now. In that Mandalorian show, they didn't do her cute at all. They did her hair all stupid. And of course, she's in a metal suit of armor like a knight from MacArthur or something. So, only skin she was flaunting was her neck. So they didn't do her very good justice. That's why I didn't remember.
Did people like her character? Like, was she good at it?
You know what? She did. That character did kick some ass. I know that. Her and the other girl did save the main Mandalorian's hide a few times, and yeah, they took on the. I think they all took on the robot army from the one dude, the evil black dude like Darth Vader. Had like his own army of like robot soldiers to kidnap the little baby Yoda, and they kicked some ass right there. So yeah, she I think she kicked some ass.
Okay, and what little bit you know about her from the television show and the wrestling, what has she got a future in? Wrestling or acting?
Oh, wrestling, I think.
Well, she said she wants to get into more acting and stuff. So
Uh, Defense Dad does have a good point here, and I'd like to address it. He says, "What are you talking about? Women are perfect bounty hunters. They're vindictive and relentless." That is very true. That's why they should be back in the office making the plans and doing all the logistics and stuff like that.
tell you what, man, if you've ever played any of the Star Wars video games and stuff, the most vindictive of all the Sith were always the women in the games. No joke.
We're talking about real life here, Rich. Like actual space bounty hunters, not video games. Come on, let's.
Well, the video games were part of the Star Wars universe until Disney decided that nothing was part of the Star Wars universe anymore.
Video games are make believe. Star Wars Mandalorians are actual things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rich, they weren't vindictive. They were just PMSing at that time. That's why they come up.
Well, okay, Glib, you've never been around a woman who was PMSing and wasn't a vindictive bitch? Come on, man.
Dude, I have experience with a woman that, well, even after 17 years, the vindictiveness and the hatred and the witchcraftery and the down out meanness and conniving and trickiness, all for revenge. It was unbelievably strong, all based on a uh, misunderstanding and a lie. They'll carry that shit 17 years to stab you, boy. Like, if you ain't within striking range today, they'll wait 17 years for it.
You
By the way,
mentioned
when I was
hatred. Fear leads to hatred. Hatred leads to anger, and anger leads to suffering, or some shit like that.
leads to the dark side, but yeah. And when I was saying what I was saying about the PMSing and being a vindictive bitch, my daughter's walking through the room and she's just nodding her head like, "Yep." So yeah, I mean, even they know. So
Hey, man, to be successful, you might as well do what you're good at. But all women all out there, they just ain't like what you would sexlessly call like a stupid bitch. Some of them are pretty, pretty sneaky, pretty cunning, pretty strategic, vindictive for sure. Uh, some of them are, you know, about smart as a rock, but others are pretty dangerous.
hey, Kev, I just noticed something. Is that Chavo Guerrero as Corwin White? That's your avatar. It's freaking hilarious if that's who that is.
What's up, Kevin? The new guy that's Squibload. He doesn't usually hang out on the wrestling chat. He's usually working. But Squibload's a good friend of all of ours.
I'm working right now, and yeah, I don't know shit about wrestling after Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior and Andre the Giant and the Iron Sheik. I don't even know where they changed the last letter from F to E or whatever.
Oh, that was because the World Wildlife Fund sued them, saying if they were the WWF before the WWF was.
No shit. I've been
Yeah.
wondering this for like 20 years, and you just summed it up in one statement.
Yeah, it's like the
Like,
World
I think I would have
Wildlife.
just Googled it.
Yeah, they
That's
took
why
out to
they
court
sued.
and lost, didn't they?
Yeah. Yep. World Wildlife Federation or Foundation Federation, whatever the hell it is, they successfully sued WWF to force them to change the name, which is why it went from World Wrestling Federation to World Wrestling Entertainment.
You know what? Mentioning all those names, I can't believe I skipped right over my favorite, Rowdy Roddy Piper. So yeah, you're mentioning all these. You know, I don't watch The Mandalorian, and I have no idea who these chicks are or whatever. But I'm just going off of this visual that you guys are creating. So go ahead, keep going.
Do you remember, Rich? You might be able to help me out with her name. I can't. Patriots out there. Uh, During the summer, Shakira, something like that. Uh, she was the track star, and she was like really, really fast. And then she was one race away from going to the Olympics, and she got caught smoking weed because her mom died. Oh man, what was the girl's name?
I don't know.
Anyway, that's what the Sasha Banks chick looked like, except she's got blue hair,
You know,
like crayon blue hair.
you know, it's funny. Patriot just jumped in out there, and he says, "Good evening, gentlemen." He's like, "Should I ask?" You already missed that segment, Patriot. We actually were talking about the stuff that you always come in here asking about, and you missed it.
Oh well, we haven't got into midget tossing though.
Yeah, we have a midget toss.
Patriots a day late and a dollar short.
Yep. We was talking about the oil wrestling and the mud wrestling and the jello wrestling, and you weren't there.
Oh well, I hate to burst your bubble, but they'll never let oil wrestling happen. You know, the Green New Deal and everything. Oil's evil.
No, man. You got West Virginia versus EPA.
Look, and just in case things go bad, Jason, I want to let you know I do have backup plans. We have solar powered wrestling, we have electric wrestling, and we have windmill wrestling, all scheduled and ready to go.
What about just good old fashioned natural water? It could be a bath match.
Well, they've done that before too.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to check with California before we use any water in this country because there might be a amoeba somewhere that they are protecting.
They could
But
have
wait,
a gluten free match.
No, I like glutens.
yeah. Patriot is blaming Squib on him not being here on time. I don't know how it's Squib's fault, but Patriot says it's Squib's fault.
It's due to proximity. I cut him off. He was trying to drive again, and yeah.
Now, Kev wants to know if he can be the booker of the Electric Wrestling Kingpin.
Kevin, of course you can, man. You're hired.
And the reason why I said his avatar is funny as hell, if that's who that was, and he confirmed that that is who it is. Back in the mid 2000s, Vince McMahon came up with this great idea to turn Chavo Guerrero, who is obviously Mexican, into this white golfer guy as his gimmick, who was racist as hell. So, yeah.
If you look at it, if you take and change either one of his shirts to the color orange and take away the racism part, that's Obi-Wan.
Well, no, because Chavo Guerrero isn't bald.
That guy's not bald.
No, he had dyed his hair really bleach blonde.
Oh, all right. Never mind. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, he would come out to the ring in a golf cart and all kinds of silliness.
Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what his avatar is. That is freaking hilarious. Yeah, Ziggler was his caddy. That was one of his first jobs. Can't remember if that was before or after Spirit Squad. Ziggler's the only one of those guys that's still around. Spirit Squad, male cheerleaders. That was their wrestling gimmick. They were male cheerleaders. And it wasn't done as a gay thing.
There's nothing wrong with male cheerleaders. It doesn't have anything like the football teams in college and stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't
No,
have anything to do with being gay or anything.
No.
No,
Hell,
but
them
it's
dudes isn't-
but it's pro wrestling, Jason.
Okay, no,
I
male
get it, but
cheerleaders.
yeah.
Male cheerleaders is like the WNBA. Nobody wants to watch that shit.
We don't watch them. We watch them toss the little pretty girls with the little skimpy skirts on up in the air and hold them up over their heads so we can see them in the crowd. Like the male cheerleader, he's all like he's got like sleeves, pants, clothes. He ain't showing no skin. He's just there to assist the little, pretty little outfit girls and their pom poms.
I'm surprised you met somebody that even admitted they watched the WNBA, Kev.
Yeah, I've watched it for a few minutes before. Not to hack on, man, but it seems like they miss a lot of shots, so it wasn't very interesting.
I think it's interesting that Brittany Griner is going to do 10 years in a Russian prison.
You mean LeBron ain't gonna get her out?
He said she should stay there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we turned our back on her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the NBA's buddies in China can get her out. She can go live there.
And Kev's bringing up about how the WNBA players wanted to be paid as much as the men. Well, you know what? So did the women's soccer, and meanwhile, the women's soccer couldn't beat a high school boys soccer team. So I mean, you're it's supposed to be the best soccer team in the world as far as women's soccer is concerned. If you can't beat a boys high school soccer team, you don't deserve to be making as much money as the men.
Yeah, well, that Brittany girl, though, man, I don't really care if she's playing basketball or if she worked for a company or whatever. You went to a foreign country, and of all places, Russia, and you broke the law. What do you want us to do, man? You know, I mean, that's on you.
So to be fair, Rich, then the male cheerleaders shouldn't get paid as much as the female cheerleaders. I mean,
Well,
to be
they
fair.
gotta be more. They gotta
I'll
be
go
even
with
more
that.
athletic because they gotta be able to throw them up in the air and catch them.
But they're not to draw, man.
Precisely, yes.
Yeah. So
Yep.
yeah, I got no problem
You know?
with the women making more. The dude ain't doing it for the money. Trust me, man.
No,
Trust me.
no. I've heard stories.
That's
I've
a good
heard-
gig to be
Yeah.
the
Yes.
on the cheerleading squad.
A
man.
lot, yeah, a lot of people don't realize this. That a lot of the schools on the college level, the football players aren't supposed to fraternize with the cheerleaders. You know who gets to fraternize with the cheerleaders? The male cheerleaders. And we'll just leave it at that.
Especially, look at the advantage they got, man. Look, they could just pretend to be gay. They could play gay to get in the door, man. And, like, everyone and girls be all over them. And then, like, oh, my God, what a woman's trophy if she could turn a gay guy back to normal, you know? I mean, they could play it off so easy. They got it so good. I think I might try out for the team next year.
Kev said that's like our truth winning a world title and leaving if he don't get it just because he's been there that long. Here's the thing about our truth that a lot of people who only pay attention to the WWE don't know. Our truth is a former world heavyweight champion in another company. Multiple time world champion in another company.
Well, anyways, I hope things work out for Sasha Banks. I hope she moves on. Maybe go to the other wrestling league or something.
Yeah, here's the thing. If I'm Tony Khan, I do not hire her. If she's going to throw a fit and walk out because she doesn't agree with a booking decision, I don't want her in my company.
Yeah, but she can learn her lesson. She's young. Man, we all make mistakes when we're young. And make mistakes in your career, in your business. You ain't no good in the future if you ain't never made no mistakes in the past. It's just a learning experience, man. Don't be so hard on a girl, man. What are you? Sexist and racist? Of course, I wouldn't give her a job till she got rid of the blue hair.
Would you accept purple?
I'd go with purple. Red would be nice. Or just natural, whatever natural color she has would be nice. But the blue, eh.
Yeah, Kev brings up.
That's just too democratic because there's too many crazy Democrat lunatics that Kool-Aid their hair blue. So they kind of ruined the blue image, so she just needs to get
Mhm.
away from that.
No, and Kev brings up a good point. Sasha thinks she's too big for wrestling, probably because she's related to Snoop Dogg. Yeah, she's his cousin or niece or something.
Oh man, she can get the good shit. Hell yeah, man. Hire that girl tomorrow.
Yeah, she thinks. Wouldn't be the least bit surprised if she thinks because she's related to Snoop Dogg that she's some kind of special. Or
Well,
as
that's
Sampino called him, Snoopy the dog.
that's kind of like royal family though. Some areas, man. Yeah, she. I don't know. She deserves of a little bit extra respect, I guess.
I've never really been a fan of hers, to be honest with you. Yeah. So let's see what we've been on this damn roller coaster because of her for quite a few minutes now. I think that's what we started the show with.
All right, let's move on with other topics. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to think of. Oh, if you guys want to check out New Japan today and tomorrow, or the perfect time to do it, it's the first two nights of their annual G1 tournament, and uh, NJPW World has both days for free, where you can go over to their streaming website. I will put the link out there in the chat.
What's the wrestling that comes on Friday nights that's not WWE and it's on like regular cable television?
Uh, AEW Dynamite. I mean, not Dynamite. Rampage.
Okay, do you ever see commercials for that on television?
Uh, you probably would if you're watching like TNT or
I'm
something
talking.
like
I'm
that.
asking you. Like, do you ever see commercials?
Well, we don't. The only thing my wife hardly ever has on is like Game Show Network and stuff, and they don't show commercials like that.
Well, only channel that I keep on is that AHC channel, and then I watch Hogan's Heroes on DVR. So on the AHC channel, they play a commercial for that, and there's this one chick where she's military pressing a girl over her head with one hand. Have you seen that part of the commercial?
I probably saw that match. Are you talking about? Is she like this big, muscular black lady with the? She always has different colored hair. Like one week she'll have blonde hair, another week green hair. You talking
No,
about her?
this is a tall white lady with
A
long
tall
black
white
hair.
with long, tall white lady with long black hair.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just,
Heavy set.
wait, hold on. I gotta go ban Kevin in the chat real quick. I'll be right back.
She was a long, cool woman in a black dress.
Anyway,
Anyway, she's standing there military pressing another human being, another female, with one hand over top of her head, like fully extended.
I'm trying to think of who that would be, and I'm drawing a blank. Chris, she didn't. It was just black hair. She didn't have any blonde or anything in her hair.
I don't know, I mean, you know me, dude. You're lucky I remember that much. It
Yeah,
just that hard stood out to me.
yeah. I can't remember any um, white ladies with black hair that are that strong. It's because you got Chris Statlander. She's pretty strong, but she's got multiple color hair.
What's the name of the TV show again?
Rampage.
Rampage. All right.
You have who else? Jamie Hayter, but she's got the white and blonde thing, the black and blonde thing going. That might have been who it was. The black lady I was thinking is what the hell's her name? Jade Cargill. She's like a really muscular, big black lady. She's really strong. Then you have Nia Jax, who's actually a guy. Not Nia Jax. That was like somebody in the WWF, WWE. Nyla Rose, who's actually a guy. Yeah, transsexual. Go figure. Kev, I hate to break it to you, man. Sonya Deville never was going to be the savior of women's wrestling. She was always going to be a mid card. You know, she was playing second fiddle to Mandy Rose and some, So I mean,
Is it possible it could be that Brett Butler character?
who?
Britt Butler?
Oh, Britt Baker? No,
Yeah,
she's not. No, she's not strong like that.
I didn't think that. All right. Anyway, I'll have to look at the commercial next time it comes on and let you know. Sorry for wasting everybody's time.
I said it in the private chat.
You said Kingpin's wasting all of our time.
He said so.
Easy, Rich. We're live on air. That's why it's in the private chat, man.
Well done. Well done.
Oh man, I was laughing so hard I almost forgot.
Yeah, what are you trying to do? Cost me subs here or something? Man, what's up?
Oh damn.
Believe me, boys, I wish I could have spoke that out loud. I really wish I could have.
Oh my god. Uh, Rob's out there. He says he didn't know Squid was into spandex.
Why? Rob got some extra he can let go?
And Misfit Starling's out there. She's asking, is this where the party's at? I don't know. Ask Squibby.
I mean, people invite me because I am the life of the party, but
This
yeah.
chat could probably use some female enlightenment.
I'll go ahead and say it for you, Squib. Squib is at work paying for all of this so we can sit on our butts and have a bunch of fun. So
Right.
thank you, Squib, is what everybody meant to say. That's what everybody meant to say?
They're taxing the shit out of me right now to pay for all of your entitlements, your government entitlements. That's right.
See?
Or am I getting paid? Am I double dipping because I'm on air and I'm at work?
No. She
Well, you
said
can hate
thank
the
you.
sin and still love the sinner, Squib.
She said thank you, Squib, and so did Kev. Both of them said thank you. I still find Kev's avatar hilarious. She said, never mind, she doesn't get government entitlements.
It's not about this. It's the industriousness. Somebody had to invent the light bulb and then the incandescent filament and then, electrical wire and then insulation and all these different kinds of things. And man, everybody just disregards the people's shoulders that we stand on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess if I want to earn my money tonight, I need to encourage everybody out there in the audience to buy a new American-made automobile because that feeds my family. Thank you.
If you got a second, Squib, if you don't, I get it. But I do a lot of painting, and a lot of the paint companies, Sherwin-Williams is probably the most popular that everybody would know. they were hard. It was hard for them to get a lot of paint for a couple months. Do you think that might be why your automotive section, the paint department, is so backed up? Did they have a hard time getting paint?
No, no, they got plenty of paint next door. The robots paint all that stuff. Somebody left the alarm on. No, actually, the thing they're short of over there is labor, packaging, and the filters. They've got these really big, like downdraft booths with big industrial filters, and had issues with those. But no, I think it's piss poor scheduling between two different factories that are literally in the same parking lot. Who's making the parts? Who's painting the parts? Somewhere down the road, that means that there could be a slowdown on the assembly line for your new vehicle, but I really think you'll be waiting on the chip before you're waiting on something we make.
Well, even then, the chips shouldn't be seeing a shortage in them too much longer either. Like,
Yeah, I don't think so either because of just how steady our orders are. We're constantly getting bombarded with orders. So you guys keep buying them. I appreciate it. A lot of us out here appreciate it. And keep America moving. Just don't buy those damn electric cars. It's just too soon. Too soon. Well, except for that Mustang. We make parts for that. Go ahead and buy one of those.
oh, that don't call the electric
Hey,
Mustang a
that's
Mustang.
not a Mustang. No,
No.
I don't know why Ford did that. Whoever did that, I mean, they don't need fired. They need called in the office and just flat slapped upside their head. Whoever introduced that proposal, whoever approved it, the God, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, but let's make an electric station wagon and call it the Mustang. What?
Do you know? Do you know the gold mine that they throw away? Because electric race cars are amazing. You step on the gas pedal and you got full power instantly. They're so fast. They could have put out a regular 5.0 Mustang with a cool body style, fully electric, and they'd be on back order for 10 years already. But they put out that faux SUV thing and then put a picture of a horse. They should have put a My Little Pony on the back of that thing.
Electric race cars? Are you talking about those slot cars we played with as kids?
No, modern day.
Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about. Slop
Oh.
shit.
You know, electric cars aren't going to be viable until they start having some kind of over-the-air cordless charging that charges your car as you're driving down the road.
Yeah, but see, that's the difference. That's the thing. Mustang, Camaro, Dodge Charger, there's a sub culture in the people who buy those cars. Like when they talk about they've got a 900 horsepower factory ready car that any John Schmo can buy off. Certain guys go buy that because they're going to drive it 3 times a year at a specific track. So you could sell a race car Mustang that some rich dudes
Oh yeah, I'm not
are
saying
only going to
that.
take to the track, 3 or 4 times a year and do 200 miles an hour around the track.
I'm talking about the ones where they expect everybody and their mother in this country to buy an electric car.
Well, yeah, we know those are 30 years away.
Yeah, but
No,
that
30
that
years.
Mach E, you took a product like you said with a cult following, and getting into some of the hearts of America's hot rodders and the auto industry that built this country where we are today, and you took that name and you used it twice. You don't make two cars totally different and then call them the same name. You don't take a classic and put that name on a soccer mom's vehicle. I just don't know what Ford was doing. That's the ultimate screw up of all time. They could have named that new car anything else and been fine with it. But like, you don't reuse a name.
Well, the reason why they did it is because the only car that's made by Ford is the Mustang these days.
Yeah, they're all SUVs, but
Yeah.
they didn't have to reuse the name. Like you wouldn't build a minivan and call it a Corvette ZRV. You know what I mean?
Don't put anything past GM.
I tell you what, if Ford wanted to get into the spy business, everyone in Maryland is 100% under surveillance 24 hours a day because it seems like Ford dropped off every Ford Explorer in my state. I can't go 2 steps without getting hit by 15 of these things. They're everywhere.
Really, it's more Camrys here than anything.
Yeah, we got a problem with Chevy Equinox. They're like an invasive species.
It's whatever the flavor of SUV of the month is here. You see, it's all the uh, mid-size SUVs like the Ford Escape, the Jeep Cherokee, that kind of shit.
I will say I notice in the parking lots and traffic and stuff. Some of these vehicles like Kias and Hyundais and stuff, they make some pretty sweet looking little, not sports cars, but everyday cars and SUVs. I mean, like I said, you could line them all up. Hard to tell what company made what. I've seen some that I'm like, that's a Kia. You know what I mean? That's a Hyundai. I think it was a Cadillac or something.
Misfit Starling says electric cars have to really suck for blind people out walking around. They can't hear them coming.
Yeah, that's true. I about got smacked by one a couple weeks ago.
I don't think I've ever actually seen one on the road around here, ever.
Oh, we got lots of them around here. They don't really bother me. The ones that bother me are those cars that shut off and start back up at the lights and crap. Oh, that is the dumbest technology they ever invented.
My wife's Escape does that.
That's like the worst possible thing you could keep doing to that engine. You're doing so much damage to it. It's heat soaking and burning that oil into your bearings while you sit there. It's constantly shutting off and starting up when it doesn't need to do that. That's just a stupid idea. Plus, all the vehicles are made like that around here, and you didn't reset the timing on the traffic lights. So when the light turns green, you used to get 10 cars to get through the traffic and out of the way, but now you only get 5 because all of them got to start up for a second and then creep and take their time to get out of the way. I just hate them.
Kev's got a question. He's asking me if I've ever seen Control Your Narrative. I haven't actually seen it, but I do know of it. I know that it exists. I just haven't had a chance to watch any of it.
What is this?
All
To
right.
stop him from summoning Bigfoot.
Well,
This-
is Bigfoot like a demon or something, where you can summon him? What?
Rob D is actually mentioned in this article. It's got there's either he wrote this article or we called him. Says man kills friend to stop him from summoning Bigfoot. Drugs and alcohol noodling don't mix. That's for something else. A bizarre murder investigation concerns the case of a man who believed that his friend had sent Bigfoot to eat him.
So he thought that his friend was going to make him look like a bag of Jack Links.
It's very possible. That is quite possible. I don't know that to be a fact, but I cannot confirm or deny that.
No, G23's out there, even in G23.
So, Rob, we got questions for you, man.
Patriot said that they actually have put forth a bill to make electric cars have noise, and Cadillac has engine sounds for their electric cars.
Well, they need to pass a law and make like Bigfoot wear a cowbell so he can't sneak up on you and eat you.
Uh-huh. Rob is out there. It wasn't me. That's exactly what you would say if it was you, Rob.
So let me get this straight. The Bigfoot summoner is the one that got killed.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, Squibs out in the chat. He said he lost the Wi-Fi.
Just pop back in when if we're still live. Just come on back in whenever you feel like it. Squid. Thanks
So
for
the
popping
dude,
in and hanging out with us.
so the dude was like, "I'm gonna call my boy Bigfoot," and the other dude, how'd he kill him?
I don't know. I didn't read anything past what I showed you guys.
Well, well, it's self-defense. I mean, the other guy was going to try and murder him by Bigfoot, so it was self-defense.
Now wait a second. The guy's name is Bigfoot, and we know he's a giant creature of whatever kind he is. Uh, is that a high capacity Bigfoot? Because
A
he's big.
high-capacity Bigfoot, high
The
capacity
MAGA.
in muscle. It's high capacity in muscles.
He's been
So,
seen wearing a MAGA hat, accosting people on their way home from Subway.
but was he drinking a pina colada at Trader Vic's? So nobody got the Werewolf of London reference.
Oh yeah, we got it.
I got
Uh-huh.
the Gizzard Gary reference.
And Gary wants to know, was his hair perfect?
Yes, it was, I believe, as the story goes.
But was he doing the Werewolf of London with the Queen?
I don't know, but I'd like to beat his tailor.
Better stay away from him, Jim. You better stay away from him. He'll tear your lungs out, Jim.
A little quick programming note.
Yeah.
For kids, you can type whatever you feel like it for the most part. Just don't say anything overtly disgusting or racist or something that's going to get Rich's channel in trouble. But if you want to yuck it up and have fun out there in the chat, please feel free, man. There's plenty of people in here that have good senses of humor, and we'll chat up with you. So you don't have to type yo and big dog and stuff like that. Uh, Sooner or later, I'll just ban you. But if you want to hang out and chat, feel free. If not, I'm just gonna whack you, dude.
Yeah, this is usually the have fun chat of the week, so we're pretty relaxed with this episode. But yeah, just don't do anything like racist or anything like Kingpin was saying.
And I've been there before. I've popped up in a new chat and then typed in like, "Hey, how's it going? What up?" Just to see what people would say to kind of like test the waters. So feel free. A lot of cool people in here to hang out. This is generally a wrestling show, but there hasn't been a whole lot of wrestling news, so we're just kind of just hanging out. So you're welcome to kick it with us, man, or whoever you are. That guy Rob, the New York Outcast, is probably going to try to get you to eat salad. So just to give you a heads up on
Yeah,
that.
yeah, he's gonna keep telling you got to eat salad. Meanwhile, how all he eats is pizza and steak.
And cookies.
Kev, do not put a Y at the end of my name. That'll get you banned.
Uh, Misfits Darling, gotta bring up, what's her name? Can't even think of her name. Lady Gaga. Yeah.
Isn't that the chick that wore the meat dress?
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
believe
think
she did
so.
wear
Yeah,
a meat dress. Yeah.
yeah. Didn't she go out on stage and something looked like an egg or something? Like she was copying Mork. It was supposed to be like some kind of spaceship egg thing.
From what I understand, she was a fairly good singer. Uh,
She's a hell of a piano player. If you ever seen her play piano, like from before she was famous and stuff, when she was the videos from when she was in Juilliard playing, learning, doing the the school thing, man, she can play the hell out of the piano.
yeah, Katy Perry. Yeah, Katy Perry's better.
No, Katy Perry's a Democrat left wing nut job, so
Yeah, yeah.
she's off the list. She give you ear infection listening to that man. She's just noise.
And she's not. She's she's losing attractiveness because she's doing all that leftist stuff to her face. What about your channel? Jason's got a cool channel. He don't really put out videos. Every once in a while, he'll put out something. We're basically all firearms related channels. My channel, I put out videos and then delete them a couple days later. Usually, Rich is more of a news kind of guy. He does the wrestling chat, and then he does a weekly chat tomorrow. He'll have that, and that covers Second Amendment news and popular culture news and different stuff like that. Everybody else in the chat pretty much is a gun channel, except for Kevin. Kevin just likes to come here and argue with Rich.
Kev's, if you're trying to post a link, Kev, it's not going to let you. It only lets moderators post links, bud.
Just take the .com part off of it.
Thanks for joining them, poor kids. Appreciate having you. We love you. I love you, Kevin. I I appreciate you.
How come nobody says www dot anymore?
Because you don't have to. I mean, you really don't. I mean, the way that it worked, the the address bars and stuff work in browsers anymore, they just automatically assume that. You just have to put the website in the .com and or .org or .gov or what have you, and it'll go right to the website without having to have the HTTP or HTTPS / www dot anymore.
I remember typing that HTTP colon //
Uh-huh.
Most of the time, until recently, you didn't even really have to say like the .com part. But now, I guess .com is getting filled up, and people need .net and .org and all this other kind of crap. I think isn't that the problem Night Strike had? He wanted to do like the GunTube.com was already taken or something like that.
Yeah, I don't remember. No, sometimes it's cheaper too. That because you remember you got to pay for your domain, and certain domain names might be cheaper as a .org or a .net than a .com.
Trying to say Night Strike's a cheapskate.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I was just curious. I didn't know, but you were breaking up. I was just making sure I heard that properly.
yeah. You heard it properly.
You guys remember the first time you ever used the internet?
The first time I ever used the internet was on the old modem where you had to put the phone on the modem.
Yeah, yeah. Remember those? First time I ever remember using the real internet that we have now. Uh, didn't have a computers. Didn't know anybody had a computer. Didn't know much about the World Wide Web. But I had my car magazines, and I needed some parts for my Camaro, and I wanted them from SLP, Street Legal Performance. So, like in the very back pages of the magazine, there's all the company's little ads. You know what I mean? I had to take my magazine, go up to the public library, get a library card, and then show the magazine thing to the lady who worked there, and have her make that computer go to that website. And I still didn't know how to move a mouse or click or do nothing, man. But that's how I remember the first time I was ever on the internet.
Kev was asking if we'd seen the new Thor movie. I have not, and I really don't plan on it.
You don't like the Thor movies, Rich?
This new one is supposed to be god awful.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, total woke nonsense.
Oh, yeah, skip that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you remember Natalie Portman's character from the first Thor movie, she is now Thor.
How'd that happen?
Wait, stop. What?
Yeah, exactly. She's got Mjolnir and everything. You know, Mjolnir that was broken in the what was it, Infinity War, or was that Endgame? Shit, I don't remember. Anyway, she's got Mjolnir now, and basically is Thor. But that's not how it works because in the MCU, because Odin specifically states in the one movie that all Mjolnir does is assist Thor in, you
What is that? What does that mean, Mjolnir? What is it?
Mjolnir is the name of his hammer.
Okay. I guess that makes him super powered.
No, it only helped him focus his powers. Mjolnir, according to Odin, only helped Thor focus his powers in the MCU, which is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In the comics and Norse mythology, Mjolnir did possess some of Thor's power, but in the movies, they had it where it only helped him focus his powers. And somehow, her picking up the hammer turned her into Thor. Which, again, in the comics, yes, that could happen, but that is not the way it was set up to happen in the MCU.
There's multiple levels of problems here, and I'll just be brief. One, no. There is no such thing as a woman Thor. No, stop it. Two, if you want a woman Thor, then make a woman named Margaret who swings a hammer. Make your own character. The laziness of people, that all they're doing for the past 20 some odd years in movies and comic books and television shows is just copying somebody else's already crappy stuff.
Oh, it gets worse.
Just make your own character.
Yeah, it gets worse. Okay, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Odin is killed. Thor becomes the king of the gods, the Norse gods. He's not the king of the Norse gods anymore. Valkyrie is the king of the Norse gods. A woman is using the title king instead of being queen. Somebody who isn't even in line to be the king or queen in her case.
What, did they get new people in charge of making these movies or something?
Yes.
It's like I'm like with Kingpin. It's just like we were talking. Ford called that SUV a Mustang Mach-E, and now you're letting Natalie Portman be Thor.
Yeah,
just give her a different name.
The first three phases of the Marvel Cinematic Universe were all done by fans of the comic books. The people that are doing it now had stated that they want to destroy the mythos. and create something of their own. Oh, you don't. Have you seen what Amazon is doing to Lord of the Rings?
No.
They can only help it, right?
No, no, no. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the channel Nerdrotic. That's
Yeah, the YouTube channel.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Go watch the videos that he's done on Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power that's coming out on Amazon. I don't even know where to begin to start critiquing that. He does a much better job than I could do right now. Seriously, go watch the videos that he's done on this and see how much they are fucking up Tolkien's legacy
That's the problem that I was
by
telling you
intent.
guys 25 years ago when I stopped going to these stupid movies. They're making terrible movies, and you keep pumping your money into terrible movies over and over and over again. I don't understand. I got friends that go to every movie that comes out, and every time I see them, they're like, "Oh man, I wasted all. That was terrible. That movie sucked." So I told you it sucked before. As soon as you told me a new movie came out, you didn't even have to tell me what the title was. It sucks. Oh man, they destroyed everything.
Oh yeah, there is a group of Tolkien fans that gets together every year and they have this big convention. They have somebody going to be at the Tolkien convention giving a speech on how much Tolkien was for all this shit that they're doing now. A guy who was devoutly Catholic in the 1920s when he wrote these books is not somebody who would have been all for the gay agenda and this inclusiveness and all that other happy horse shit that they're talking about now. But according to this woman who's going to be giving this speech, he was all on board with it. No, no, not in the least.
And the originality aspect is real important, and the fact that it's just the same movie over and over and over again and over again. How many Rocky movies can you have? How many Die Hard movies can you have? How many Taken movies can you have? You know, what are they called? The I don't know, the Fantastic Four movie. I mean, how many galactic demons can they battle on to save Earth? That being said, if people like that kind of crap, at least make good movies. They're none. They're not even. The storylines are terrible in all of these movies. Not to mention, how they destroy all the characters and do all that woke political stuff. Just the nuts and bolts of the movies. They're not. They're not good. Even their CGI. Their CGI is like vending machine CGI. I imagine when Snickers first came out and you can only get it at the one candy store on the corner, it was a big deal. Now that you can get a Snickers bar pretty much, you probably walk out your house and find a Snickers bar in 15 minutes, no matter where on planet Earth you live. It's the same way. It's just like, how many Batman movies? Next, Jason's going to call us next week and be like, hey, I just shot my fifth Batman movie.
Yeah, I got to argue with you there, Kev. I don't think all the Rocky movies were very good. They should have stopped at three, as in Rocky 3, not the Creed part of it that comes after. They should have stopped at Rocky 3. They should have never made 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever they're up to now.
I don't know, man. They could have stopped it too, really.
No, Rocky 3 was good. That was the one with Mr. T.
Yeah. He killed Mickey, man. Killed Mickey.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. Burgess Meredith was an old fart at that point anyway. He was going to die soon. Plus, that one had Hulk Hogan in it. So it ties into this show.
Oh yeah, Thunder Lips.
Uh huh.
It's my same critique with Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, and Sting, and Edge. All these 87-year-old men that have got to be brought out in gurneys with IVs hooked up to do some wrestling. That was great. I get it. It's great. The character Edge. Everybody loves Ric Flair. Everybody has all their childhood memories of Ric Flair. In the 700 years Ric Flair has been wrestling, you couldn't find anybody else to so that the crowd, when you say Ric Flair is going to wrestle, the crowd will be like, we're all leaving if you put him out there.
223 says, isn't the Rocky series up to 133 by now? It might be. Can anybody at this point differentiate between Rambo and Rocky? I'm not talking the earlier movies because that was clearly defined and differentiated. But
Oh, I was trying to get to the button.
the newer
Uh,
ones,
the newer Rambo, the last one that I saw, man, it may have been cheesy, but man, it had some good killing in it. It had some damn good fighting action, man. Like,
Patriots wanting to lose his ranch out there.
He's a
like
blind guy. That's probably just autocorrect.
yeah, man, that last Rambo where he had he had help. It wasn't by himself, man. He had them other army guys with him. The dude had like a 50 cal sniper rifle, and he'd shoot you and your head come clean off, or knock your body from one side of the road to the other, and then at the end, Rambo got behind that uh, like armored that double barrel that machine gun that was on a jeep or whatever, and he just shot the living hell out of that child molesting dude. Yeah, there was some good killing in that movie. There was a solid 10-15 minutes of gunfire at the end, man. That's all we're really here for, anyways. We don't care about storylines and
No, Patriots are definitely
how well
people.
the actor portrayed the role or anything. We want to see the guns and the killings, man.
The IE is in the same boat as the Y Patriot.
He really prefers rich space capital E.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Patriot kicks up. I'll just start calling him Miley.
That's one of the things. I get it. Oh yeah, I get it. We can criticize, what's his name, Keanu Reeves movies when he's flipping around doing the pencil stabbing people and shooting and all this kind
John
of.
Wick.
Yeah, because that's, I mean, of course we're so wrapped up in the firearms and how cool they are and all that kind of stuff that we notice little stuff like that. Just like a football player would probably sit down to watch any given Sunday and be like, "Oh yeah, we would never do that in a real football game, even though it looks really good on the television." But even that, I don't mind seeing, John Wick dual wielding nuclear weapons. You know what I mean? Oh, you couldn't do that. The radiation would kill him in a second. Yeah, who cares? It's a movie. As long as it looks cool and it's not completely CGI'd to death, then go with it. But it's got to be entertaining, and that's just what they don't. They just don't do. They focus on making things explode more for no reason.
And now Kev's out there talking about Karate Kid, the original Karate Kid movies. He says Karate Kid 1 through 3. I don't even remember 3. I know I've seen it. I don't remember what the hell happens in that movie.
Hey, that's pretty brave to admit that, Rich. Karate
Karate
Kid 3, I guarantee you I have never seen that.
Karate Kid 3 is a decent movie. It went a little love story too much. But basically, Daniel goes back to town, and he's kind of older now and getting past the karate tournament thing. Like, he's moving on with his life. He's got himself a nice girlfriend. He's working for Mr. Miyagi, and the Cobra Kai guy brings in this new killer, like this dude that's just light years better than everybody else at karate. Like he beat Johnny up with one toe, and so he's picking on Daniel the whole time, trying to get Daniel to get into this tri-county tournament again so he can beat him. And Daniel's like, "Look, that's not my thing." So he destroys the store, Mr. Miyagi's store, and all this kind of crap. And at some point in time, they rappel off of this cliff to go check out these wild bonsai trees that are growing on the side of a mountain. And dude's at the top, and he rips it in half. And so it's, I don't know. It's not a terrible movie, but it totally went like 80s Pretty in Pink there for a little while, which I think really hurt the movie.
And everything you just said does not ring a bell. I just do not remember the movie.
The Karate
Unfortunately,
Kid.
I think might have seen the movie. I remember the bad guy punk destroying their little bonsai tree. I think I
Yeah.
remember that.
I know I have seen it. I just don't remember it.
As far as Karate Kid 2 goes, if I made that movie, it would have been Karate Kids. We're skipping number 2 and just going right to number 3 because you're not going to Okinawa and beating that dude in his own town. Hey,
No.
first of all, the guy that you snitched on with the scale and having the weights in his favor, he'd have probably killed your white ass right after that.
Uh-huh.
This isn't America, pal. This is Japan.
Hey, let's be perfectly honest. Daniel would have got his goddamn ass kicked in that tournament.
Yeah. Well, even the dude, if you think about it, the dude that was forced to sweep his leg was kicking the crap out of Daniel. He was like, "Look, I've got this guy. I'm about to knock him out right now." And the dude was like, "No, break his knee."
Yeah, there ain't no way in hell in real life he'd have won that tournament.
You guys miss the moral of the story, man. The moral story is like, look how much trouble a young girl can get you involved in. Get your ass kicked.
Kevin's got it. Man can't see, can't fight. Man can't walk, can't fight. Man can't breathe, can't fight. That's funny. That's true though.
No, Rob, well, that's perfectly fine. I mean, I dropped at least one F bomb earlier.
Oh no, you can say pretty much whatever you want here, right, Rich?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just don't say anything bad about Muslims on this channel. Well, we can't have that.
Or medical
What?
misinformation.
Who said we can't say anything bad about Muslims?
I thought that was the standing rule. Is
Man, how many times have we done exactly that?
really? Yeah, I don't. You talk bad about Muslims?
Uh, yeah, look at Kingpin acting all innocent, knowing damn well he's done it.
telling people that most about Muslims are raging pedophiles. That's not talking bad about them. That's telling the truth. The truth is good.
Yeah, you know, Muhammad could never have been an actual prophet because he was a crossdresser.
Watch out, Kevin. Blind people can't fight. We got Patriot in the Dark in the house. I'd be a little bit leery about tussling Patriot in the Dark, and he's 100% blind.
Yeah, ain't you seen the movie The Book of Eli?
Blind Fury with Rucker Howard.
Oh, good one. Good one.
The Daredevil was blind. And by the way, Blind Fury is the name of a white rapper who's actually pretty good.
What do you do? Name yourself after the movie?
I'm not really too sure.
Blinded by the white.
He's got a song that I mean, look it up, Jason. You probably like it. You might like it, Rich, but if you type in Blind Fury IPAs, like IPA, letter S, like the beer, or cigarettes and IPAs, that's a country song that he made up and then decided to make a song out of it. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but the yeah, you gotta be careful, Kev, around Patriot. Not only is he a blind, he's a Marine, so that makes him crazy on top of it.
We got a Glock Smith and Wesson war going on out there too.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've got to correct you there for a second, Rich. Not only is Patriot blind, but he's crazy, and he's a Marine, and he's a crazy Marine. So I think you missed a crazy or two in there.
and possibly.
Big Trouble in Little China was awesome.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
You just listen to old Jack Burton. Uh, just driving down the road, just telling a story, not realizing the what the hell was that monster? Was that like a Chinese Bigfoot or some shit?
It's a Yeti.
Once upon a time, one of my nicknames was Lopan. Not because I'm an 100-year-old Chinese dude that rolls around in a wheelchair, but because my first name is David, not like that movie. It's a pretty dumb reason for it, but a lot of people called me that for a few months.
So if your first name would have been Egg, they would have called you Fu Young.
More than likely, but maybe for like 5 minutes, but then they would went back to calling me some other really disrespectful, hurtful thing that
Yeah.
egg sounds good with.
But you remember that was Egg's name in the movie is Egg Fu Young.
Yeah, uh-huh. The little bus driver guy.
Yeah. You know, the Chinese Jack Elam. He had the eye thing going just like old Jack Elam used to in the westerns.
Well, Kevin was talking about Columbo earlier. That little Chinese dude had the Columbo looking face going on.
Jack Elam kind of had that face too. You know, you might not remember Jack Elam from the westerns, but I know you'd remember him from Cannonball Run, the crazy doctor.
Oh yeah, definitely. And
Oh yeah.
G23 is banned. So everybody say goodbye to him.
Yeah, speaking of Daredevil, the real Matt Murdock verified user is out there. That
All right, let's show. I'm not saying Asian. I don't know. I'm sorry about that, Kevin. I missed out. How did this happen? How did a word like salad get tossed? Pardon the pun. And mixed up to where if you take anything and mix it with that disgusting mayonnaise, you can call it a salad.
mm, uh,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
more of a spread.
the real Matt Murdock says Bruce Leroy. Oh God, yeah, the Last Dragon. That movie was freaking awesome.
Yeah, yeah, that movie was great.
Show enough, Shogun of Harlem.
That movie was inspiring when I was a kid, man. When that would come on TV, I'd get so jazzed up watching that, feeling like a karate, like mystical
Oh
karate
hell yeah,
champion.
man! That movie was freaking awesome back in the '80s. Watching that shit.
And the chick, the girl, the princess, that was needed rescuing, super hot. And still, when you look back at it today, like as a grown man, I look at her and like, damn, she's hot.
Wasn't that the same chick that was in Action Jackson?
I have no idea.
Oh God, Kev, why'd you have to go and bring up John Cena, man? We're all having a good time, and you bring up John Cena. Yeah, oh God, and then he admits to liking mayonnaise.
Nice one, Clem. Nice.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen Clem in a long time. That's one of my favorites right there.
Yeah. Mayo, Mayo, keep him coming. He wanna go home.
No, no, no. There will be no, you're fired, and I'm pressing charges, criminal charges for anyone in the business. When we're in the boardroom, don't bring up mayonnaise wrestling. Not happening. No ranch wrestling. No blue cheese wrestling. I'll solely be in charge of determining what the lubricant will be for the wrestling. All you guys got to do is bring me hot chicks that know how to give good massages in front of 30,000 people, and I'll determine what happens. And as far as the third part of the match, so no more suggestions. Rob ruined it for everybody.
Oh,
Yeah, man, we could have the Mayo match of the century, man.
yeah, yeah.
Jason,
Okay. No, I got it.
Rich, I'm going to warn you. This goes for you too, Jason, Rich. Neither one of you are above replacing. I'm warning you. Don't keep pushing this mayonnaise stuff. I'd hate to fire
I
you.
didn't say shit about mayonnaise. What the hell are you talking about?
I hate to fire you guys.
Hey, you know damn well I'm not a mayonnaise person, so don't, don't. But anyway,
Man, you ever been tricked into eating it? And
No,
then,
no.
like, you liked the food or whatever, and then it was like, aha, it had mayonnaise in it.
anyway, we're going to get off the mayonnaise thing because
Well, I
real
just
Matt
want.
Murdock also mentioned "I'm gonna get you, sucker." Oh, that is a great movie. Kung Fu Joe kicking everybody's asses until they kill him. They killed Kung Fu Joe.
No, man, my grandma wouldn't eat chicken. And my aunt, her sister, neither one of them would eat chickens. They wouldn't eat chicken in anything of any form. When they would go to restaurants or any of this or that, like they didn't want their stuff even cooked near chicken. They just hated chicken. The story is when they were little kids on their farm, they had to kill the chickens. So once them two women got older, they like banned chicken from their entire lives. Menu won't cook it in the house, no nothing, no chicken ever their entire life. And when my grandma got old, she was in the hospital for some things. She kind of wasn't all there upstairs in her mind, and with medication and everything. And she was there in a hospital room, and they brought her lunch. They brought her like like chicken, like hamburger helper, but with chicken. You know what I mean? Like noodles with chicken and stuff in it. And she gobbled it up. That's good. Kept eating it and eating it. Didn't know what it was and everything. And none of us had the balls to tell her that was chicken. And like she made it to like 80 some years old without eating chicken like that, man. And the first time she ate it, she loved it.
There's two ways off this roof. Damon Wayans proceeds to jump off the roof. Guess he didn't know about the elevator.
You want the window or you want the stairs?
Then he had what's his face from Starsky and Hutch walking down the street after he gets out of prison with his platform shoes with the goldfish in it. And nobody
Oh,
took care of his goldfish, and the goldfish were dead in his shoes.
wasn't he Pimp of the Year or something like that?
Uh huh.
Man, a great movie was Loaded Weapon. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Whoopi Goldberg got killed in that movie. That makes it like plus 9 stars already.
Oh damn! Even Misfits Darling is getting on Rob about his chicken fried steak.
Yeah, from that story, I'm not sure if that's what we refer to as chicken fried steak around here. What was that Bruce Willis movie where he hated mayonnaise?
Hold on, yards.
Oh, yeah.
She said that was the first and last time she will ever have chicken fried steak. She didn't. I guess she ain't gonna trust anybody else to make it right either at this point.
You seen that Geico commercial? Just chicken. Just give me lots of chicken.
And Misfits Darling says, "No such thing as a sexy Glock." Okay, I see why. Because Rob said he wants a sexy Glock, and oh, he
Believe it or not, my gun store had some pretty cool looking Glocks. They got one that's all done up like American flag, and I even told him, I said, that's the first time I ever saw a pretty Glock. But he's got one done up like in red and black or pink and black with uh, like I don't know, like colored instead of laser engraving and scroll work or whatever. It's all paint or whatever. But he's got two of them in there that got like, I swear they got like skulls on them and different colors, like of gray and whites and misty stuff on them, and they're just like airbrushed to hell and back, man. They were pretty cool for being Glocks.
yeah, we got George Grayson Cat out there now. Meow. You too, George. And Rob
Easy,
forgot who
George.
Shelby was on for a second, calling me Rick. Yeah, we got Pat in the bunker jumping in. Evening, Pat.
Good evening. How's everybody tonight?
Not too bad.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, what's going on, Jason? Howdy, Kingpin.
What's shaking, Pat? Thanks for joining us, man.
Oh, not a problem. Not much. Just got done doing some irrigating, and decided to jump in tonight and see what the hell's going on.
Oh, we were in the middle of a very, very in-depth wrestling chat. So if you wanted to jump in the deep water with us, it's going to be hard for you to keep up a little bit because this is like some high-level wrestling chat we're into right now. But feel free to just jump in whenever you think you're ready, man. No pressure.
I thought we were talking about movies.
I will try to keep up the best I can.
Please do, because I'm having enough trouble on my own.
Okay. I'll fill in where I can. So, what movie were we talking about?
What was the last movie we were talking about? I'm gonna get you, sucker. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the last movie that you were at?
What one we were talking about? We were talking about I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Oh, God.
That movie's a freaking classic, man.
Oh, man, I haven't seen that forever. That was a good movie.
Remember the dude over Gold? He OG'd.
Yeah, he OG'd.
Jeez.
He had too many gold chains. He OG'd.
Oh. Yeah, that was a hilarious movie. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, well, does anybody remember this classic? And this is actually the first movie that I owned on DVD. Kung Pao Enter the Fist.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
What about the Kung Fu Hustle? You guys remember Kung Fu Hustle? That one was actually Chinese Kung Fu
Yep.
movie that was a parody of the Kung Fu movies. That movie was freaking hilarious. You had to read your way through it, but it was still freaking hilarious as hell.
Yeah, I've seen that one a couple times. That was pretty funny. Oh, God. Bringing up some good movies tonight. But anywho, so what's new? Anything new on the McMahon unraveling? There,
No,
Rich?
there hasn't been anything new on that front. At least not that I've seen.
They got that button down pretty tight, probably right at the moment.
Yeah, it hasn't been much that's come out. Not in the past week.
I gotcha.
There hasn't been a whole lot in news in wrestling, to be honest with you. It's been a slow news week on that front.
Ags, what was I on, like 2-3 weeks ago? When that McMahon thing, or shit, it's probably been longer than that, probably a month.
No, it's only been about 2 weeks, 3 weeks now since that story first broke.
Okay. Oh, well, it wasn't that long ago because I joined you in on that show when that first broke. So, gosh dang interns, they must be flirty as hell or something. I don't know.
Yeah, she was a paralegal, not an intern.
Well,
The
close
first
enough.
one, anyway. I don't know what the other ones were.
Right.
So, what's the significance of him going back to TV 14?
They can do more.
Yep.
They can let the occasional swears on there. They can do a lot more like stuff with blood if they wanted to.
Nipple slip?
That would be TVM.
Yep.
But that didn't stop Sable back in the Attitude Era, so you know.
No, it didn't.
Exploding barbed wire matches.
Miss Hancock, wasn't that Stacy Keebler? Didn't her and that one girl get in a fight and there was a wardrobe malfunction?
Yep, I remember.
A lot of them.
Around for the Sable one, and I was around for that one too when I was watching. I was like, "Yep, that's nice."
But Kingpin brought up the exploding barbed wire match. Yeah, that's TV 14. That's what AEW's been doing. They've been TV 14 since they started.
Well, shoot, remember back in probably in the mid to late 90s when it was Raw's War. Holy crap. That was insane time.
But the easy way to remember what TV-14 is, think of PG-13 for TV.
Yeah. It went past that in the 90s.
Yeah, they did, but that was their official rating. They were TV-14
Yep.
when they started that whole stupid TV rating stuff.
Yeah.
And then TVM would be the television equivalent of R, or TVMA, I should say. TVMA can also progress into NC-17.
Oh, I didn't even know that high on TV.
Oh yeah, remember Skinamax? All their stuff was TVMA.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Shit, that's been forever ago.
Yeah, because they don't do that anymore.
Oh, they don't have Skinamax anymore?
Nope.
Really? I'll be damned. Some of the best parts of my childhood.
Yeah, they stopped doing that almost 10 years ago now.
I haven't had cable in the last 12, so I wouldn't know.
Well, Rated X won't be allowed to be on regular television, Kev. That would
So-
have to be kind of paywall.
So what is going on the world of wrestling?
Well, we talked earlier about how Sasha Banks may have actually been let go because of some recent events that have happened.
Right.
That was pretty much the big story this week, was that.
Well, I haven't had time to keep caught up on anything, so I got to ask you guys. On 2A stuff or wrestling or anything. I've just been busy. I literally just got in the house about 15 minutes ago, so.
Sesame Street is actually on HBO.
What?
That's Cinemax. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that? Sesame
No.
Street was bought by Time Warner and put on HBO.
Oh, great. We have Sesame Street. Then up next, The Sopranos.
It's been on HBO for over a year now.
Oh, really? I'll be damned.
And they were supposed to be bringing back Fraggle Rock too.
I'll be danged.
What?
The world nowadays.
Just like the movies, they can't come up with nothing new. It's always a repeat, a revamp.
Okay, but the one thing that they kind of revamped that I actually went and watched twice in a movie theater here lately was Top Gun Maverick. And man, that was a good movie. It definitely gave winks and nods to the old producer, Tony Scott. But man, that was a good movie. It really was. It was very well done. Very well done.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody on the panel saw that movie, but
No, I haven't. But real quick, G23 sent me this picture and said, "This is for Rob."
I'd carry it.
A Deadpool Glock.
Yes, I would.
It's a Glock, man.
Even though I'm not a big fan of Glock. But I can't say either way because I finally got to shoot Glocks here about a month ago, and I guess I didn't have a gripe on them. They ran, and I thought they'd probably be more like a 2x4 in the hand, but apparently they fit my hand better than what I thought they were going to. but not as comfortable as some of the other guns as I got. I'll put it that way. The Glock wouldn't be my first choice. I'll put it that way. But I'm not going to knock it because they've been around forever. They shoot. They're accurate. So I'm not going to knock them too hard.
You know what else runs? Is Usain Bolt, but you're not going to carry him around in a holster.
That's true. I weigh about as much as him. I don't need another guy on my back. Well, no, he probably weighs.
Another guy on your back? So you're walking around with one on your back already?
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's more like a identical twin.
That doesn't make it better, right?
No, that's okay. No, I got two guys on my back.
Now you're making you're running into the 7 walls 5 minute rule here, Pat. Stop and think about what you're saying before you say it.
Well, my identical twin's not attached, so I guess he really wouldn't be on my back. But
yeah, I'm thinking more phrasing of how you're saying things.
Yeah, very true, very true. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah, even Rob's be able to pick up on where I was going with this, so you know it's not good if Rob's able to pick up on
it. No. But that's right. You guys will catch me. You guys will catch me on
it. Misfit Starling's out there. 2 guys? ?
Or sleep.
It's 2 Utes.
2 Utes.
Yeah. 2 Utes.
What the hell's a Ute? That's another good movie, by the way.
All right, boys. I'm out.
All right, later, Kingpin.
See you guys. Everybody have a good time. Thanks for hanging out in the chat, and everybody have fun. Peace out.
Have a good
one. Gizzard's got a good one.
He's taking it a little too far.
Uh-oh. I can't see the other side of the chat right now, so.
Consider yourself lucky.
Okie dokie.
Of course, he's not as bad as Vanessa Kitty when we were talking about Japanese food and the road that she took it in the chat that night.
Oh, God.
Gary's out there. He knows what I'm talking about. He was there.
Oh.
Now, Kev is out there saying that Minions was better than Top Gun. I got tired of the Minions.
The little cartoon yellow guys?
Yeah.
With glasses?
Twinkie. Bananas. Look at them.
Yeah, they are like little Twinkies, ain't they?
Yep.
Yeah, something like that.
Especially Kevin.
Look like yellow thumbs with legs.
Ew. Gangrene setting in or something?
No, they're Simpsons thumbs.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's even better. Woohoo!
Hey, Ashley. Cracking your knuckles does nothing.
But, anywho. No, well, I guess it just depends on what kind of movie you like. But I guess I'm more of the action guy. Grew up in the 80s, so I like more of the action movies when it comes to that.
Kev, let's go New York Outcast Rob.
Is Kevin Rob?
Dr. Donald L.
From the Minions.
I don't know. No,
the tall,
he's Corwin White. Don't you see his avatar?
No, the tall, skinny banana. Is that Rob?
What?
Kevin? Rob?
Anyway, Rob wants to know is asking about the prototype, Pat. I'm assuming he's talking about the pistol that you've never worked on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, I did do some more drawing on that. I'd have to go up. I'm not in the bunker right now, but I'd have to go down and take some video
Yeah,
of it.
Kev doesn't know what the prototype is. He's new to the channel.
Oh, okay.
Your wife's lair.
It's a double barrel. Well, the prototype's going to be a 9mm, just because that's what I have, and it's 2 barrels on top of each other, single slide. I wanted to do a double slide on it, but I don't think that's going to work. So, just for ease of manufacturing, I think it'd probably have to be a single slide double barrel, stacked on top of each other. So, yeah, it's going to be a work in progress.
Yep. Night, Patriot there, up there. Or shall I call him Miley because he called me Richie? What do you think?
You called Patriot Miley?
No, he called me Richie, so I said, should I call him Miley?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, what the hell?
I mean, it kind of would be his first name.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think anybody in here is a crackhead, Kev. So, yeah, don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, not yet.
No, but I have a beard just like Hunter Biden.
Oh, you too?
Yeah, I'm trying to grow a beard. So far, I want ZZ Top, but all I can get, man, is just Hunter Biden.
Boy, that's
so you're smoking Parmesan, and not the right way to smoke Parmesan.
Nah, but I always got a cigarette in my mouth, and every time I see that video of Hunter Biden with a cigarette hanging on his mouth, and I look in the mirror and I'm like, something's got to give. If this beard don't get a little better real fast, it's gonna go.
Patriot out there says he dated a Hawaiian chick named Miley, so Miles and Miley. Okay. Sure, why not?
The Hawaiian chick sounds good. I'll never forget what's her name.
Was that her actual name? It almost kind of sounds Hawaiian.
Misfit Starling says, "Don't do the Hunter Biden look. That's not cute."
Yeah, I know, man. I'm not trying. It's gonna go back to a goatee here real quick.
What about the guy he called a pedo on his phone? You know about that one, right?
Oh, pedo Peter.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that Joe Biden? Isn't that what he had down for dad?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
See, that fucker was sniffing a little girl's hair again the other day.
Was he really?
Yeah, he was.
I'm sorry, somebody that's had brain surgery twice to remove tumors and stuff, and then gets elected president when he's that old. I'm sorry, just come on, people, do your research. Come on, please.
Shit, we didn't vote for that pedophile.
I'm just telling the other people out there.
Kev says, y'all voted for the pedophile. No, I didn't. I did not vote for the pedophile.
Although I did see a pretty good shirt today that says, if they want to, what the hell? How the hell did that shirt go? It was fucking hilarious. He goes, said something about Biden, and then I want crap. Yep, I'm just gonna totally screw it up. It was hilarious, but it was on Facebook. I got a pretty good chuckle out of it. It had something to do with Biden, and I want a refund.
I like this one. Black BLM. Biden loves minors.
That's pretty good.
No, I mean he said he likes when kids jump on his lap. And that's how I found out about roaches.
Oh, before I forget, Jason liked the video. What was it, last week when you guys were out for the range day, and then you had the blooper shoot on there. Good videos, sir.
Oh, thank you, man. It was easier to do than you think.
Well, speaking of videos and stuff, how you liking that belt, Jason?
Oh man, that belt, yeah. I got one of those core belts, and I liked it a lot. First day, I was just kind of really liking it. Wow, man, this is great. Second day, yeah, it is a little hot out, and you could feel it more, but it's still definitely not uncomfortable. It's still okay. I've been trying to break it in, get used to it, man. Feels fine. It's more the holster that gives me any more feel than the belt does, but at least the belt doesn't have that like cutting me in half feeling. You know what I mean? So with even the belt being pretty loose, I'll ratchet it loose a couple notches, and it just works great like that, man. Everything stays in place, feels fine. I feel like I have like plenty of support. Yeah, I really like it. Ordered me a magazine carrier that I like better. Hopefully that'll be here pretty soon. I ordered just a single mag carrier from like 1791. But instead of clipping on or going over the belt, you actually got to feed the belt through it, just like the holster.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as that comes, I'll like that better. Because I'm just using, everything's leather. Right now I'm using a nylon magazine holder with a flap and a snap. So I just up in the game a little bit with this one.
Did you get the belt protector with it?
Yeah, that like vinyl sleeve that slides over.
Yeah, the nylon sleeve. It's like a nylon.
Yeah, that's why I ordered this new mag holder, so I wouldn't be using that really. Like I said, I just using a cheap nylon or woven or whatever you want to call it mag holder, kind of like a universal one with a snap flap over the top. Just had to go, but I was surprised the price of a magazine holder. I really don't care much about the price, but I went to get one that matched my holster, and it was $100 for a single magazine holder.
Holy Jesus! You could have got one cheaper than that for VersaCarry.
I know it. I was like,
again, say that again, Jason.
yeah. My holster's from Palmetto Leatherworks, and it's got a little piece of like black shark trim on it, and the matching single magazine holder, which just clips on, is $90 some.
Holy Jesus.
Dude, you should have went to VersaCarry and looked at theirs. Those are cheaper than that, and they're leather.
Well, what I did is I got a leather one from 1791 holsters for like $35.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you got the one from 1791 was $100. Like,
oh no, I would like to have that one, but at this particular point, man, I don't want to give $100 for a magazine holder. I'll show you the one I got here. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, that belt protector, that's mainly for if you're like wearing inside the waistband where the holster has to clip over your belt.
Yeah, I've got that, and I haven't worn it a whole lot, but every time I go out and everything, I've got that VersaCarry Comfort Deluxe, that Comfort Flex Deluxe for my Smith, and it's working really good. I do like it, but I'm just kind of wondering in the future if I'm going to need one of those covers like what you guys were talking about, to flip down on the inside.
Somebody say Comfort Flex Deluxe. This is the original style before they cut it across, cut it down lower, where it actually went up higher. But then they started making it where it's lower because you started getting the little pistols that had the optics on them. This one's for my P365.
No, I gotcha. Do you use that one on a regular basis then, Rich?
Oh yeah, this is pretty much my daily carry right here.
Nice. Well, I was just talking about the holster. That's your go-to holster.
Well, it's for my
sure.
P365, which is what I mostly carry.
I gotcha. Still holding. How long have you had that one?
A couple years now.
Still liking it as far as just comfort and everything wise?
Oh yeah.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, I got the newer designed one, and I like it. It's because I had one of those comfort, and I still wear it. I haven't since I got the VersaCarry, but I've got one of those Comfort Tack belly band ones, which works great as long as it's not hot out. But man, as soon as the temp starts warming up, man, you just get soaked with that damn Comfort Tack belly band one. And that's the only thing I don't like about it. So yeah, the VersaCarry definitely works better when it gets warmer out.
Yeah, there's the one I ordered right there. You see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was kind of thought it was, the price was probably some of the cheapest I've seen. I still see a lot of just clip-on ones that'll run you $50. So I figured I'll try this one out, see how it goes. I've heard these guys make decent stuff, and it's usually in stock at $17.91. So I'll try it out.
Yeah, don't know until you try.
Yep.
Maybe a total pain in the ass. I don't know, but I'll try it.
Right. Yeah, and see, that was the problem that I had with the Comfort Tack belly band. They had one of those Velcro ones that went straight onto the belly band with for your extra mag, and I wound up having to take it off and put the extra mag just in my pocket, in my offhand, so that way, I don't know, it just almost felt like as skinny as I am and everything, it just felt like it was too much, and I was printing too bad with the extra mag and everything, so I wound up just shoving it down into my pocket. Maybe somebody makes a better alternative to something where angle wise and stuff like that, but I guess I haven't looked too hard either. So
For what are you looking for?
Oh, just for an extra, just like what Jason has got, just an extra mag carrier, something
inside the waistband variety?
Oh yeah, yep, inside the waistband. I'm CCW. But no, something like as long as the belt is halfway flexible, I've got to have that. I can't have one of those rigid belts on there. They cut me in two. So I got to have a little something.
Try the core. The core isn't real rigid. And if you're only using it for like a small handgun, like a P365 or something like that, the Groove Life belts worked for me with that small gun too. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna get around to eventually to asking on to Jason, how much flex the core actually had.
Oh, it's pretty flexible. It's not super flexible, but it's not going to cut you in half either. It's comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah,
I got-
Jason bought because he watched the review I did of the one I have.
Oh,
It's not extremely flexible. It is in places. It's enough to move around, but I like how it has that ratchet lock set up. You get the size just right, and like you just don't feel like you're getting cut in half, man. Like belts that you draw tight. I'm a person that's kind of like always in between sizes, anyways. You know what I mean? So you
Yep.
either got a belt that's too tight or it's too loose. You know what I mean? This
Yep.
this fixes that instant. Like I said, I put it kind of tight, kind of normal, and I'll go with that a little bit. And if I feel it or it's giving me any issue, I'll just hit the little button and let the thing open up a tooth or two. Kind of just been some days I hit it and I just let it go ahead and open up to where it wants to sit. And even though it's loose and I got a gap, I can stick my fingers between my waist and my pants and everything with the holster and everything else. It just kind of holds everything in place. My pants don't feel like they're falling down, and the belt's not tight. It's not drawn tight, but it's still doing its job, so I like it.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that because most of the belts that I wear are just the leather ones, not the rigid leather. I've got to have something that's kind of semi-flexible at.
Well, I've been wearing it to work, man, and I move around at high speed, down on the ground, up off the ground, on my knees, rolling around, crawling around, doing trim work. Highly mobile than anybody would ever be, just sitting around their house or going somewhere. And the belt feels just fine for me.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely have to look into that because just looking for something a little bit more durable than some of the. Oh, I usually use those woven leather belts. It's honestly it's kind of like a dress belt, but it's flexible enough that it's comfortable on me, and which it does a pretty decent job of holding everything up when I'm concealing outside of the house, whether I'm going to town or out with the family or stuff like that. But they just fall apart too damn easy. You know what I mean? On those woven leather belts, especially if you use them a lot and you're out working or if you're just an active person, it just seems like they just fall apart too damn easy.
But Pat, I don't know if you can see the internal chat. I just put a link out there for something that you might be looking for. If you're looking for one that holds 2 magazines, anyway.
Okay, well, at least one, anyway, because I've got one spare mag for my Smith. As long as I could have one, but I want to get another 12 rounder for the Smith, just because I'm not real big on the 10 rounder, just because my hand doesn't quite fit right. I mean, I can shoot with it; it's not a problem. It's just
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I carry my P365 with the 12 rounder for the same reason.
yeah, they're just nicer. It's just more comfortable in the hand and everything,
Mm-hmm.
You see this? See, this is the magazine pouch I was talking about.
The one
See
you
how
got.
that's-
Oh,
That's the one
$90.
Yeah, I think that's. I really just don't like this, and that price is pretty high. But
Yeah,
I mean,
well, you see why
it doesn't sit right. Right there.
Yeah,
I'm confused on. They got a left-handed one and they got a right-handed one. Kind of confused on that, but I just think that's just a little too high of a price.
yeah. Well, the reason for that's right there at the top of the page. Wilson Combat.
Yeah, well, it's made by Palmetto Leatherworks, and if you go to their website, it's the same price.
I, in all honesty, I do want to get the grip frame for my P365 that Wilson Combat makes.
I mean, I'm sure they make. I'm sure whoever makes their stuff for them is pretty good stuff. Don't get me wrong, but wow, $90 for just to hold a mag. That's oof. That's a little steep for me.
Real quick, Krabby Turtle's out there. So better late than never, Krabby.
Mojo. He'll know what I'm talking about.
See, here's the holster that I got,
Mojo rises.
and like you get all this leather. This is fairly large. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
get
that's
all this leather, you get everything going, and that's $150. How could that little tiny magazine pouch be $100?
I don't know, but I like the looks of that holster.
yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it looks like it's really well done, but most of the time I don't even carry outside the waistband with a pistol. At least 9 times out of 10, when I slip one in, I'm going to town or something like that, or just bouncing around out here on the farm. It's in the pickup or close by, so I don't have a lot of use for outside the waistband stuff, I guess.
Well, you know why that one costs so much.
Yeah,
Got shark skin on it.
yeah, but they're only charging like $30 or something for the shark skin extra. So, but you don't think you have a choice on the holsters. Let's see, but that you get that same mag holder that I was looking at without the shark skin trim, and it's like 70 or 60 or something. So it's still pretty high.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look at that one that Rich put out there on the security.
Yeah. Misfit Starlin says for an outside the waistband looks like it tucks in tight. Yeah, that's what they call a pancake holster, and that's what they're designed to do. Pancake holsters pull it in close to you.
Yeah, it does. It curves around really nice. It does fit really nice. It's really wide on me because I'm like a skinny guy. Let me find a picture here. So you can see it takes up half of your whole side. There's a lot of holster right there, but it's really comfortable. It's a little high. It runs a little high for me. I gotta work on my draw. I really gotta get my shoulder up in the air to get it out. But it's a good, comfortable wearing deal, man. Fits pretty good.
When I'm carrying either my HK or my P10C, they both fit in the same leather pancake holster I have, and yeah, that takes up a lot of room, and it pulls it right against your side.
They screw you here. Where's the belt at?
Wiblo?
Oh, it's on sale. Oh, that's not so bad now. Damn, wish I'd known that. But it's still the buckle kind with the holes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a very good holster. I mean, yeah, holster belt. Look how tight that thing is. With a carry belt, you don't want it to be that loose. You know what I mean? You want something that's going to be a little firmer than that.
Well, pretty firm right there.
Yeah, I'm not talking price, Jason.
They got elephant for $250.
Oh, is that?
Okay, just plain leather. I guess these belts do have 3/4 inch spacing on the holes, but I don't think that'll do it. Like I said, I'm one of the people that's kind of in between sizes. So.
Yeah, but that's way too flexible for. I got a heavy leather duty belt that doesn't flex anywhere near as much as what those do. Can't roll it up back tight like what they have in those pictures.
See, I really didn't care for this setup either.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, look, that's $100. Actually, this one right here. That's just a little too much, man. I mean, I'm not trying to be tactical asshole here.
Mm-mm. Well, if that were the case, that would be polymer.
Yeah, just not really liking this design at all.
No.
Maybe if it was $20, I try it out, but I'm not gonna go 100 on that when I
Oh hell no.
kind of just tell right now I don't like it. Stuff's definitely not cheap. Look, Kydex is $50. That's ugly as sin right there. So, but yeah, I'm really liking that core belt, man. It's doing me fine. I was worried when I first bought it that it said it was made for appendix carry. And I thought, oh no, I ordered something wrong. But it was really just the belt buckle is smaller than their other ones. But the belt itself is exactly the same, so that's cool. And I don't mind. I'm like a smaller guy, so the smaller belt buckle kind of works for me. So I'm good.
That was me, Mr. Starling. That wasn't Jason. That was
Orange peel.
saying a couple words for a melee woman. But I'm not sitting here singing the whole song. Sorry. Go put on the Doors and listen to Jim Morrison. He'll do a better job than I did.
Yeah, it's hard to beat the original.
Yeah, I think I will order another belt from Core. Try one
How
of
much are those core belts? Then where'd you get yours from, Jason?
I bought right from Core.
Okay. About how much was it?
It was only $60, but next time I order, I got a discount coupon. Things just my checkout cart thing went so fast, wasn't paying attention. I didn't fill in a chance to put in like my discount code. So if you just go to them and give me your email, you get $10 or 10%. So I should have done that, but I ordered it last Friday in the evening, and it showed up to my door Monday morning. So can't argue with that.
Yeah, they even shipped out my reviewer sample quickly.
Oh my god, stop doing that.
Yeah, I think I'll try one of their EDC belts. One of those that's like the woven kind a little bit. I think I'll try out one of those.
Oh, the Battle Belt one?
No, not the true battle belt. Just the regular EDC one they had. But instead of being leather, it's the other one.
Yeah. We got to do the obligatory cat cam for Krabby out there.
Hey, is George still out there?
I don't know if
Grayson?
George is still out there or not.
I'm flying.
That's a kitty.
Cat looks like it's getting bigger.
Yeah, he's getting big. He's not as big as his brother yet, but he's getting there. He's got big paws on him, so he's going to be a decent sized cat.
I'll definitely have to go look at those belts then. I'm looking for something better. What I got, especially if they was one for an EDC. That sounds like that'd be right up my alley.
What
Yeah,
are they
George is out
just
there.
at? What are they just at, Rich? eighth of an inch, quarter of an inch, something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Each.
it's got real fine increments on it.
Yeah, like I said, I've been putting mine to like maybe just a touch too tight, and then hitting a little lever on it and just let it open back up and expand where it wants to be. Just a couple clicks, and like I said, it's still loose everywhere, but yet still is functioning just like it's tight. So, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, it's the weather's been hot here and a little uncomfortable, but I won't blame the belt on that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's especially where I live, humidity, heat, everything, can't blame the belt on it when you're completely soaked in sweat. It's just dragging everything down. You know what I mean?
Also noticed uh, different jeans that I own have different spacing for the belt loops too. So I'm gonna start paying more attention to that when I buy some new pants.
Yep. It seems like about every single company, their loops are spaced differently, or they're don't have enough loops on them. I ran into that on some jeans where like the belt went over the top, and especially if you got, sweating any amount, then just pulls everything down and feels weird on you.
Yeah, that core belt, especially if you get the leather one, it just feels like you're wearing a leather belt.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm used to wearing, so I'll probably pick one of those up then.
They also have the higher duty the nylon ones, like what Jason was talking about, which are that will hold more weight and they're just more heavy duty for work and whatnot. The leather one's more of a dress belt kind of belt.
Yeah, and see, this is really weird because I'm out working and everything, and I'm not a big nylon belt wearer. I've got to have the leather just because it seems like it just
They
flexes.
do have the buffalo leather one too, which is made thicker and tougher than what the leather dress one, like what I got, and I think that's the one Jason got, was the more dress style leather belt. So if you want something that, I know you were out there in the farm working and stuff, so I mean, if you want it to be a little more durable, tougher, I guess you could say, you get the buffalo leather one. That's the one that Obnoxious has. He's got the buffalo leather.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's not only just my EDC that's hanging off me. I've got a knife, I've got keys, I've got pliers, um, so I've got quite a bit of weight going onto the belt, especially off the right-hand side. So,
Yeah, Krabby asked, "Do you wear pants one size larger when carrying inside the waistband?" That depends on the brand of pants. To be honest with you, if they're like regular, like Wrangler jeans and stuff, yeah, I'll buy those like one size larger. But if they're the ones that got like the stretch in the waistband, like my Wrangler cargo shorts do, then I just buy my actual regular pant size because they'll stretch to fit around the holster.
We will rock you. Yeah.
no, actually, I buy my pants just a little bit big, so I have to wear a belt anyway to keep them on me. I've always been that way because I just like having a belt because I got to wear pliers and stuff here on the farm and everything, so I'm just used to it. So if I throw, go into town or with the family or something like that, I've never had a problem and just always slip the EDC on the inside. And yeah, it's just about right because I always try to go like a half a size or a full size. It always seems like I'm right in between sizes anyway. So I'll just go up to the next size bigger on jeans anyway. and it seems to work out pretty good for me. So
Actually, like I eat in between sizes too, man. But like, I hate pants that are too big. I like tight fitting pants. I'm just more comfortable on that. When I got a pair of pants that's too big and you got to use a belt drawn up to cut you in half to keep them up, man, that just drives me crazy. I'm so uncomfortable.
Yeah. Now, uh, Misfit Starling says real pants don't wear stretchy pants. No, no, not stretchy pants. They're regular, like cargo pants material. It's just the waistband has elastic instead of so that it stretches just a little bit so that you can fit like a holster or something in there. They're made for carrying a concealed handgun.
well, I seen that Squib jumped in, but we haven't heard anything out of him yet. So
I was putting away groceries and pouring myself a highball.
oh well, that's definitely a good excuse then. Oh, and by the way, Squib, since I got you on here, I like the apple too.
Do you? All right. Yeah, I found a 3-pack of I'm not sure what size it'd be, like maybe a pint-sized bottle that's got the bourbon, the rye, and the cherry as like a gift pack if you wanted to give somebody a sampler so they could try more than one. I don't know if they had that last year. I just found it this year. So, yeah. And now I think they ship it out of state too, since I was at your place. So,
Ooh,
yeah, since I was at your, I think before Thunder on the Prairie, they started shipping out of state. But when I was at your place last October, I don't think they were shipping out of state.
no, because on any of that stuff on Traverse City, I believe if I remember correctly, they would not do that. I would have had to have somebody go. What was the nearest place at the time? And have somebody go pick it up and bring it back across state lines.
Yeah, I was at a, I guess you could say at a whiskey bar in Deadwood, and the guy was explaining to me why certain alcohols can be shipped to this state and not to that state. It has something to do with, and I'm going to screw this up, but in layman's terms, more or less buying the liquor license in that state. And if you don't want to buy 50 different liquor licenses, you're not going to have that stuff. As a matter of fact, right before you said something, I was looking at the Prairie Berry Winery in Rapid City, and looking at this stuff that we picked up called Red Ass Rhubarb, and it looks like I can have it shipped to Michigan. So that's one of the downsides is when you find something out of state and you'd like to order it, you can't always have it shipped in.
Right. Yeah, it just depends on. And that's kind of screwy on how all that stuff works is because, God, you would think you'd be able to, if it's made in America or at least shipped to America, that you would think it would be able to go to any of the 50 states. But I don't know. It's weird how all that shit works.
Rob, that's either a really, really large Corona or a really small AK.
It's a New York compliant AK.
Yeah, I got it from a buddy online.
Oh, Pat, speaking of picking up stuff while you're out of state, I got myself a bottle of Breckenridge, which is distilled in Colorado. I found it in western Nebraska and decided to bring it home because Dorothy from Thunder on the Prairie, she was one of the instructors that was hosting it. We were actually talking whiskey later in the day. Come to find out she's a bourbon girl, and she's like, "Oh, you got to get this stuff from Colorado called Breckenridge." And there's this liquor store that I've stopped at before. I can't think of the name of the town. It's something Indian. And I said, I wonder if they got this stuff. And sure enough, it was there. So I snagged a bottle. So expect a review video eventually.
Yeah, that's good stuff. What was it? 2-3 years ago, went out to the mountains and rode around on the Shoebarth Trail on 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers and side by sides and everything, and had that Breckenridge. I liked it. The brother picked up a bottle of that, brought it back home, and it didn't last too long. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I always make sure that I pick up stuff while I'm out and bring it back. And if I like it, I try to remember it and pick it up next time I'm passing through or something like that, or maybe pass it along to some other people. I did that one video on the cocktail called Lost in the Desert, and it uses this stuff called Saints and Sinners Apple Pie. And my director's comments were that this could get you in trouble because it doesn't taste like alcohol at all when you make this cocktail. It's lemonade, Saints and Sinners, and prickly pear syrup. And it's really good. Well, the only place I know where to get this stuff is at Come and Go stores in Iowa. I've never seen it anywhere else. So I picked up 3 bottles of it last week when I was passing through Iowa, and we're giving them out as gifts to people we know here. I ordered some more of that pear syrup off of Amazon. They can get their own damn lemonade, and they can make these drinks. So sometimes that out-of-state stuff is kind of nice.
Yeah, that's that little concoction that you just recommended right there. That actually sounds pretty good because I've had that prickly pear juice in something else, and it was really good. With that, I just can't remember the name of the drink, but it had that prickly pear syrup in it, and man, that was tasty.
Yeah. Misfits Darling, Jason is in the state that's round on both ends and high in the middle.
And they have Yingling.
Now, since she's drunk, we'll see how long it takes her to figure out what I'm talking about.
Come on, man.
Oh, and before I forget, I'll have to email you sometime, Squib, so I can get your mailing address because I got something to send out to you. Something to sample.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Drugs? What's going on?
That was my daughter in the background in case my mic picked that up.
That your mic did. I guess you're...
She's a smart... It's like her old man.
Well, didn't Gunsnob send the same kind of stuff to Outcast?
She
said, I don't know what that is, but you don't want the stuff he sent me.
She said, "What the fuck does that mean? Do you want to make me look at a map?" No, it has to do with the spelling. Round on both ends and high in the middle. Think about it. We're talking name of the state. Round on both ends and high in the middle.
Or search that mule went through that Snob sent that mail with. Oh, God, I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Jason, why don't you go and tell her that? Jason gave her the answer.
Well, she asked me.
He's a proud Buckeye.
That's right. The killer nut, baby.
I was trying to get her to solve the riddle, man. Come on.
Oh, Ohio is a nice state to visit. I'm sure it's a pretty good place to live and raise a family into. There's lots of work down there. I like visiting Ohio.
Yeah, there's some pretty good people in Ohio.
Damn it, Jason.
It may not be the best, but
no,
could be worse.
Oh, Outcast, are you taking a trip out to Ohio?
better not be, son of a bitch. Top shelf.
You could always move to. You could always move to Ohio, Rob. Jason needs help with the houses he's working on.
Man, don't bitch about the toys I own. If you come over here, I'll let you play with them.
You'll be knee deep in 1911s.
Yeah, and Berettas.
Probably.
Come spend a day at the range over here, man. You'll never buy a plastic gun again.
You say makeup wipes. I didn't put any makeup on today. Where is my
The weird thing is, though, Jason probably lives in the one constitutional carry state where you have to have a cap and ball revolver sent to an FFL.
Huh?
Yeah, that is strange. I was
What?
caught off guard. Our laws consider black powder or antiques or any of that, they're considered a weapon just like a modern day weapon,
So it's a state law that supersedes the federal on that.
apparently.
Okay. Because I know that some stores like Bass Pro and Cabela's, they won't ship to your house, but other stores like Dixie Gun Works will because it's not a firearm federally. I could understand if the state wants to do that, a local municipality, that's their prerogative. I know I've open carried with a cap and ball. I was open carrying with a cap and ball last week.
Yeah, I looked it up because we were looking at black powder, and something that I liked. Once you looked at the description, it said they wouldn't mail it to Ohio, and I was like, well, "Why is that?" So I went and looked, and yeah, we have laws on the books. They consider it just like any modern day weapon.
So now in Michigan, if you convert it for cartridge, even if it's only rated, well, it should only be rated for cowboy loads. So it's going to be a really low pressure smokeless or a standard black powder load. If you convert it to a cartridge, even a black powder cartridge, then you have to register it. But if you leave it cap and ball, they don't give a crap about it. So because they have those cursed kits and things like that.
Yeah, that's kind of one thing I've always wondered about on that, and you'd probably be a good person to ask on that, Squib. You've seen mine. I've got that Pieta 36 caliber, basically 357. I know there's only just a very small handful of companies that actually make the cylinder to convert that in. With the metallurgy and everything nowadays, would a regular black powder like that work with a full load on
Like
those?
like a out of the box smokeless modern?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it because it's the steel that they use in those cap and balls is not the same steel. To my knowledge, it's not the same steel that they would
Yeah,
use.
you would have it. It wholly depends on which one of those revolvers you're using. The cheaper they are, the less good quality the metal is that's used in it.
I mean, really, if you wanted to go historically accurate and not risk damaging it, I would just make black powder cartridges because you can use all the same reload stuff. You just have to make sure there's no air gap in there. So, yeah. I mean, I know it's a messier cleanup, right? It's more corrosive. It's going to make more smoke. When I'm at the range shooting black powder, people move away from me. So, I get why some people don't like it.
Yeah, whatever. And then if it's a brass frame one, you don't want to use self-contained cartridges at all because you just want to stick with the black powder cap and ball with those.
Now, with those, they will stretch, but they can be repaired. It's not easy. But the brass, air quotes, brass that they use in the modern reproductions is not the same brass that they used in the mid 19th century. So it's more, it looks like brass, but I don't think it's actual real brass. It's stronger, but it's still, yeah, it'll stretch more than, say, like a steel. Now I know that with like some of them, like used to have a Cimarron Lightning, which is not even historically close to a real Colt Lightning, and you could put modern 38 specials in there all day long, and it wouldn't hurt it because it was all steel.
Yeah, the Uberti makes the one. Pieta, I wouldn't use modern smokeless powder like 38s or 45 Colt in the Pietas, but if you get one of the higher priced Ubertis, they're actually made where they can take the modern. If you just want to get the soft points, you don't want to use like hollow points in them. You want to get the lead soft point lead bullets, and you can use those in certain ones of the U-Birds.
Well, no, I would think you would just you could just go with a Ruger Vaquero, and there you go, problem solved, right?
Yeah,
That's all modern steel. That's all, whether it's MIM or not, it's all, and you could run old stuff, new stuff. It would make a difference.
well, some of the Ubertis are made where you can fire 357 Magnum through them.
I was just curious because my buddy, he reloads 357 and 38s, and he's got basically like just clinking loads in the 38s to run through like my 357 Smith, and not very high pressure, and he casts his own bullets, so it's all soft lead stuff. So we're just curious on that.
Another option is just go with a paper cartridge. That's what they did back then. If you want a kit that you can use to load some really good paper cartridges, Guns of the West has a really decent kit. And I mean, it's like rolling cigarettes. Seriously, I mean, you use cigarette paper for Pete's sakes. So you could make something that's historically accurate and faster to load. I still haven't tried the deal where you got the preloaded vials and you dump the powder in. I've considered giving that a try and whatnot, but yeah, with the old stuff, it's just so slow, and then you get all the smoke and stuff. Just a lot of people are like, yeah, no.
Yeah. Really?
Well, guys, I'm going to bow out for the night. It's good to hang out with you. Thanks, Rich. Good to see Pat and Rob hop in. Good to see Squib join us. And everybody out there in the chat, man, thanks for being here. And I'll catch you guys soon on something else.
All right.
Jason. Yep. Have a good one, Jason.
Bye, Jason.
Yep. See y'all.
Now, Pat, if you want something really cool, you could get yourself one of these.
All right, now that's the is that a conversion, Remington?
This is the factory conversion, yeah.
Yeah. Now that's an interesting piece of history.
Yeah.
Now they were doing those. Weren't they doing those after the Mason Richards for the Colts?
Yeah, because
around the same time period.
Dang it, Lonesome Dove. He had the conversion on Lonesome Dove. It was a cap and ball, and then he had the conversion to that.
Yeah, Remington did the conversions in-house, whereas Colt didn't do that because they didn't want to pay the royalty on the patent to Smith & Wesson, who had the Roland White patent at the time. Yeah. Remington's like, we'll pay the $3 per pistol. We don't care.
So for those out in the audience who are going, what are they talking about? So in the mid 19th century, like 1850s, 1860s, they had cap and ball revolvers. These are, you got to put percussion cap on the back, load the powder charge, put in the ball, all this, ram it down, pack it in, blah, blah, blah. By the 1870s, they invented the self-contained cart. Well, it actually had been invented before then, but it became more mainstream, more affordable by the 1870s. So what are you going to do with all these cap and ball revolvers that are perfectly good to use, but now they're outdated? They would actually make a conversion cut in the cylinder and adapt it so you could drop cartridges in there. And if you didn't have enough money to buy what people would call a Colt Peacemaker, but really back then they called it the Colt Army, the new model Army, you would buy one of these because people are turning in their cap and ball revolvers and buying these newfangled self-contained cartridge revolvers. So you could get a deal on this thing. Now it was still a little bit more work and a little bit slower to load, but you could have it done. So Remington had theirs and they did theirs in house, and Colt farmed their stuff out. Nowadays you can buy reproductions so you get some history. It's a real kind of reproduction of a real historical gun, but now you're not putting the powder and all, you're just dropping the cartridges in there. It's still a little bit more work, but it's just got that, think about it. If you were a farmer or a miner or something like that, and you weren't, maybe well off financially, but you wanted one of these new guns, this is your more affordable option.
Yeah, what was really cool about the Remington is you could easily convert that back to a to cap and ball as well. You take out the cylinder because the cylinder still came out the same way it did when it was a cap and ball revolver. And if you look where the loading gate is, that's dovetailed into the frame. You push it out from one side, you put your black powder cap and ball revolver cylinder back in there, and boom, you're done. You take out two pieces and put in the other cylinder, and you're back to being a cap and ball revolver with it.
But does it take Glock mags?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna get a hold of one of my buddies and say, you've got to put this in your next video, dude. That does it take Glock mag?
Well, there's another conversion kit for that, but that didn't come along until at least another 5 years after. So,
Yeah, but the way Remington did their conversion is so much cooler than the way the Colt ones had to be done. Because the way the Colt revolvers were put together, you almost had to take the whole revolver apart to change the cylinder. With the Remingtons, you just pull the loading lever down, pull out this little tab, and rotate the cylinder right out of it.
What the hell was Colt thinking? That's retarded.
Augustus McCrae, that's who it was. And on Lonesome Dove, that's what he carried. Because he had the conversion. Texas Ranger.
So Colt was a businessman more so than an inventor, but by the time these conversions were in play, he was dead. And the company has made one financial mistake after another since then, and they put all their eggs in one basket with, government contracts. But
another thing that made the
Remington, World Wars.
Yeah, but there's another thing that made the Remington extremely popular as well, and that's the fact if you look at the top, it has a top strap. The Colts didn't have that. That made the frame stronger on the Remington.
Yes, but the Colts were less susceptible to jamming. However, you could literally spit on the gun and clear the jam.
Mm-hmm.
Would piss work?
A lot of officers ditched their Colts and bought Remingtons.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So what you do is you get the fouling there in the mechanism where the cylinder rotates, and any sort of liquid, just a small amount, will free it up.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Rob, if you want to piss on your gun, I guess that's why you have a plastic gun so it doesn't rust.
That's
the
important.
Remingtons have sexier lines.
You got to pass inspection. You better be able to wash that shit in the sink.
I always like the lines on the Remington better than the Colts too. Just looks sexier than the Colt does.
Yeah. I forget, Squib, do you got a Walker or you got a Dragoon?
I've got a Walker. I want to get a Dragoon. Actually, there's a couple different reproductions out there, and they're not all exactly historically accurate, but I would like to get at least one of them.
By the way, that one can use modern Colt 45. So 45 Colt, I should say.
Nice. Yeah, and Squib will be able to tell me this. What was the special edition that the Texas Rangers used?
The Rangers started off with Pattersons, and then they had Walkers. I don't remember any other thing that they were known for.
Okay. I couldn't remember if they carried around Dragoons or if it was Walkers.
They had Walkers. They wanted something that would give them the firepower of a rifle with multiple shots from horseback.
And they literally wanted it to be able to kill a horse. So you more or less take out the what the guy's riding on, and but the Walkers had some problems, some with the metallurgy, some with how people loaded them. So the reproductions work a lot better than the originals. If you want to see a real Dragoon, my buddy Snapper's Antique Firearms, he's got a real Dragoon, and he actually has gone out in the Nevada desert and shot it. He's got a couple of these old guns, and he doesn't believe in just putting them in a glass case. He takes them out and shoots them.
We lose them.
Squib admires that. He points it out every time he brings this guy up. Try to check him out.
And another quirk that the Walkers had was there was no spring to hold the loading handle in place, so it would it would swing if you didn't tie it up somehow.
Okay, well, riddle me this. Has anybody ever messed with a black powder shotgun before?
No, but I'd like to. I know Colt made that.
Like cap and ball or just black powder cartridge?
It was a shotgun. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
didn't Colt have that double barrel they made for a short time, and somebody made a reproduction of it?
Would a blunderbuss be considered a shotgun?
I would consider it. Yeah, that would be a cool thing to have as a blunderbuss.
Yeah, I think that would be cool, man. Like you got one, like gravel, nuts and bolts, anything you have, like that would be fun to play with.
Multi-nail.
Wherever you could put on the barrel, that thing would shoot.
Well, because my cousin, and I wish I could have brought it on Thunder of the Prairie, but I did not have time to look up all the specs on it and how to load it and everything. My cousin has that Colt double barrel black powder shotgun.
Nice.
He said if I wanted to take it, I could, but I did not have the time to sit down, get it cleaned up. I mean, it was cleaned up. I mean, it just sits in a gun case, so you know it's not rusting away or anything. But it was Grandpa's, and I was just like, man, I said I just don't feel comfortable taking it, and then getting the caps and everything for that shotgun, and yeah, I just didn't have the time to process it.
Rich, that's
the
not
reason
it.
why I asked if you're talking cap and ball or just black powder cartridge, because I've actually fired an antique one of these before.
What's the craziest thing you think you put in a blunderbuss?
Oh hell, people would throw silverware and stuff down the barrels of those things.
What about like glass or something?
Oh yeah, people have
or
done that.
Salt, like glass and salt.
Glass.
There was one account
Glass.
where
Who
a
gives a
boat
shit
was
about
under
glass?
attack by Muslim pirates, and a lady got a hold of the blunderbuss that was on the ship, and she threw her perfume bottles down the barrel of that thing and fired perfume at the guys.
Yeah, I guess whatever's handy. But no, I would.
The best smelling corpses on the boat.
So if you got the 1887, that's black powder. If you got the 1901, that is smokeless. So a lot of people are like, all of these are 1887.
That is a fun shotgun. If you ever get a chance to shoot one of these 1887s, do so. That is a fun shotgun to play around with.
Now, I think the 1887 was only in 10 gauge, and the 1901 was 10 or 12. You could order it either way.
Yeah, with 10, you got to remember 10 with black powder isn't like 10 with smokeless powder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably closer to 6.
Yeah. Remember back then they had 8-gauge shotguns that they were using in cap and ball and whatnot.
Yeah, lever action doesn't really work well with the shotgun, but Terminator made this one kind of popular, and also it's one of those anomalies. Back in the day when they were trying to make stuff work, I think what a couple companies have tried to make reproductions of these, right?
Yeah, a couple companies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was talking to Clover here a couple weeks ago on any good reproduction lever action shotguns, and you know,
Yeah, you want to see the
he
price on this one?
a lot of them. He was just like, yeah, he says they're okay, but he says as far as reliability wise, he said they were just. He says
Yeah.
nobody really makes a real good lever action
Dude,
shotgun.
it's that price, and it's probably made in China.
No, it's made in Italy.
Oh well,
Oh, yeah, and that was another thing he said. They're expensive as fuck.
Yeah, this one's made by Chiappa in Italy.
Yeah, and he actually said that was actually one of the better ones.
Mhm.
Was from, and he said even then he goes, yeah. He said no. He said if you want to, if you want to shoot a shotgun, go with semi-auto, double barrel, or anything else but a lever action. As far as reliability wise.
They're still fun. I'm telling you, I fired one. I fired an original. Those things, they're still fun.
Oh, I'm sure they're fun. Don't get me wrong, but you know, he just said as far as reliability wise and chambering and everything, you know.
No, they're not fun enough for Clover.
Yeah.
That's a joke, people.
Action shit though, so
There you go. This is what Joe Biden says you need right there.
it's pretty.
Mhm.
But I'm not taking that to town with me. White herb.
See
Nice.
the price on that one. This one costs more than the damn lever action did.
Holy hell. Yeah, if I had more money, yeah, I might buy it, but no.
Case hardened.
Oh, and maybe somebody knows a little bit more about the metallurgy on those than I do. But on the case hardening process, how they got all the colors and everything on that, was that a tempering right at the very end, or was that right in the beginning of the formation of the gun, how they got that case hardening?
yeah, I don't know. My buddy Snapper knows, but I don't know. It's all that engineering stuff.
Yeah, this is the way they hardened the steel. I mean, so
Right,
You
but did they do that in the formation, or did they do that in the tempering at the end?
the hardening is the tempering.
Okay.
When you harden the steel, you're tempering it.
Right. But I didn't know if that was on the actual.
Yeah. It's right in the name, Pat. Keller case hardening. It's the method. The Kellers were produced by the way it was hardened. It's like if you look at charcoal bluing compared to regular bluing, charcoal bluing gives you more of a Tiffany blue Keller. It's all based in the materials that are used in the hardening process when it comes to the Keller, whether it's Keller case hardened or standard hardening.
Okay, well, let me put it another way. On, does anybody know the actual material to get the case hardening?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't recall.
That's kind of more the finer point I'm trying to make on that.
Yeah, I've talked about it, but I can't remember.
Okay, I guess as far as a finishing color, case hardening has got to be my favorite on just about.
You got to be careful when you buy some of the cheaper things that say Keller case hardened. It's just a coloration. It's not actually Keller case hardened. The actual
Right.
Keller case hardened are going to cost you a little bit more money.
Yeah, it's not actually through the metal when that happens.
Right.
It's right on top, and that stuff sucks.
But yeah. I don't know why I closed that page, but I did because I'm an idiot, I guess. But pull it back up. To show you what charcoal bluing looks like.
Who's your favorite wrestler, Squib?
Piper.
Yeah. I don't know if the highball's going down, Squib, but the apple's going down really good.
I'm telling you, that stuff, it tastes more like the bourbon than it really tastes like a tart apple or something like that. I was going to take a bottle of rye to a friend down in Tucson, and I brought him a bottle of the apple by mistake because the labels are both green. And when I get back to Michigan, he texts me, "Hey, man, this apple whiskey is great." And I'm going, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
That's what it tastes like, though. It's got more of a whiskey bite than it does an apple bite.
Yeah. Okay, now
But-
that's a Schofield, right?
Yeah, that's a
Yep.
Schofield with the charcoal blue cylinder and barrel and Keller case hardened frame.
Yeah, I want to get one of those. They're about $1,400. I want to get it in 44 Russian. I like that top break action.
Yeah, this one
Yeah.
is
Um,
so yeah, 1,300, 1,350.
$1,300.
Uh-huh.
Good lord, man.
There's a lot of craftsmanship that goes into this gun, Rob. It's not a Smith & Wesson M&P.
Yeah, but shit, it's a black powder gun.
No, it's not.
No, that one's not black powder.
no, it's not black powder. I
All
keep
right,
my
my mistake.
I'd have to hand load my own 44 Russians, but I'm down with that.
Yeah, this one's
Yep.
45 Colt. It's not. This one's not in Russian. They do have the Russian though.
Yeah, that's the one I want. It's a number 3. The Smith & Wesson number 3, Rob. Smith & Wesson.
Yep.
Roger that.
There you go.
Horace Smith, Daniel Wesson.
Yep. Good
There's-
gun.
There's your Russian right there.
Yep, that's the one I want. Break that thing open and have them just eject and then pop some new ones in.
Boom.
Yep.
You're in business.
Out of stock, son of a bitch. Was it? It's
Yeah.
1,400? 13?
No.
Okay.
No, 1,250.
12.50.
Dan-
Oh man, better jump on it.
Would you actually put it on a credit card right now?
You damn right I would.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I would
It's,
too.
oh, dude, there's been plenty of nights where I've had a few drinks and been like, "Fuck it."
So
Right? I hear you. Squib.
I would.
How many
probably
nights
go-
did you wake up and say, "Oh shit, what did I do"?
Never, never. No regrets, man. No regrets.
I would probably go more with this one. This was the later version. This was the Frontier, which had the locking system was actually a little bit more robust. Yeah. This
Now-
one you get 44 special.
On those
They're
Schofield.
not in stock anywhere.
These all come from Italy, and Italy still isn't completely open, so it's hard.
Oh
to get
my
some of
god,
them.
we should find one and make Squib buy one live.
Oh no, 44 special. That would be more affordable because I've got all that right here, right now. But I kind of like the Russian though because it would be more historically accurate. And so the Russian government bought a bunch of these revolvers from Smith & Wesson for their army, but they also sold them in America in 44 Russian.
You gotta
Well,
find
this,
one right.
this is a
right-
historical
right now.
arm. This one's historical too, Squid. This is the last model of the number 3 that was produced. This
So-
one came out in the late 1800s, and they sold like 2,000 of them.
Yeah.
I do like 44 special. Yeah, but can it handle my plus P plus Elmer Keith loads? Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you a story, and you guys are going to either kick me in the ass or cry. My grandpa had one of those
Hey, there's a weenie.
when I was a kid. I didn't know what it was. He kept it in his bedside table. Nobody knew exactly what the hell it was. It sold on the estate auction back in 94, 95. And it was in perfect shape. He kept it covered. Bedside gun. And he had like one box of cartridges. for it. And he might have got it out once a year to shoot it. And he like cleaned it like every other month. But that was his bedside gun. Was that guy right there?
And another advantage to this one has a better rear sight than what the Schofield or the Russian had. Again,
And it
it's a
was
later model.
absolutely beautiful. I mean, that thing. Right, exactly. And it was that gun right there. And it, oh God, I kicked. If I would have known what I know now, I would have asked Grandma at that point in time. I said, hey, can I just go ahead and pick it up for X amount of dollars? And she probably would have said yes. And I would have had that gun.
This one was from 1885 to 1910, I want to say, when they were producing this one.
That was my great grandpa's gun. And he handed it down to him. And yeah. Yep. Just a big kick in the nuts.
Fridge.
You probably could have got this originally in 44 special.
Probably would have been in 44 American and 44 special.
Yeah, and like I said, I for sure
It says 44 Winchester. So.
It was that design. It was their latest, the last design that Schofield made, right there.
No, this one wasn't made by Schofield. The only one that was designed by Schofield was Schofield. The Schofield was designed on the Russian.
Right.
He made changes, like he changed the way the latch operated stuff to make it better for use on horseback and whatnot, and came up with a different new cartridge for it.
Right, but it
number 3 existed before Schofield did the Schofield.
Right. All I'm saying is, it was in that exact same design.
So this is the Schofield. See, the Schofield, if you look how the latch is, the Russian's latch is from up here and lifts up. The Schofield lifts backwards.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, so basically you would cock the hammer and then you could pull that back. Because if you look, the latch makes contact with the hammer. So when you unload it, you're cocking the hammer back to half cock, which is the safety, and pulling the latch back, unlocking the top at the same time. Whereas with the Russian or the standard number 3, you had to do it as 2 separate functions. So this was easier to do from horseback for cavalry soldiers. They could essentially stick this under their arm, open it, crack it open, dump out the shells, put the new shells in, and close it while still holding the reins of the horse.
I thought the new motto was save a horse, ride a cowboy, or something like that.
What did he just say?
Yeah.
Save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Yeah.
Now,
Rob listened to that shit kicker music.
Apparently.
No, I don't know. It's all over the place. It's
Yeah, I grew up down south, and people think I listen to that stuff. It's like, nope.
I like some of it, but not all of it.
Hell,
The
most of
crazy thing is
most of
you
the
get
people in Nashville making music are from Canada, anyhow.
hey, I've got 2 flags that fly above this land. They really sum up how I feel.
So you've got the American flag and the gay pride flag.
Son of a bitch. No.
Oh, he got you, Rob. He got you.
Yeah, Misfits Darling says Rob is not a cowboy.
Technically, I've got 3, so I lied.
God damn, you guys got damn Misfits Darling starting on the Vanilla Ice shit. God damn.
Dude, you're famous. I don't know why you deny it. Like, Just gotta accept it, bro.
Yep. Yeah, take another sip here.
Look, even back in the day, Squib wore hammer pants. So, you know,
Those were parachute pants.
he'll admit it. See,
I had parachute pants and Air Jordans. Yep.
Yep. I hear you.
No, I just wore jeans. I just like that today. I just wear jeans. I didn't get into all that goofy different
like
pants.
you had the moves, Rich. What happened?
Yeah. No. Dancing is not my thing. It never has been. I can't stand dancing.
Oh, come on.
No, I do not like dancing. Period. And I really, really do not like dancing.
Well, I heard you almost made the cut for Dirty Dancing.
Yeah.
Why are you being so negative?
No, that's total myth that you just made up right there on the spot.
That's not what I heard.
See?
Yeah.
He might have even been runner up on Dancing with the Stars, the very first episode.
Yeah, no,
Like American Idol.
Dude, you've heard me sing. You honestly think I went on American Idol?
Your wife sent us the recording of you in the shower.
Yeah.
You didn't know about that?
But now, if
I
he
don't
was
sing in the shower, so that wouldn't be possible.
If he was in the shower, did he have a shower gun?
Good question.
I mean, a lot of people keep those plastic guns, but I mean, did they really keep them in the shower, or do they hide them in a toilet tank?
I do not keep a gun in the bathroom, if that's what you're asking.
Not even one of them plastic guns?
No.
You don't take your EDC in there?
If I got it on and I'm going to the bathroom, yes, but I don't keep it in there.
You take it with your towel or something? Dude,
Yeah,
like,
but see, all right.
every movie there is, you're always with your pants down when they come for you.
Well, you know what? If you're not a dumbass like John Travolta and leave your gun on the goddamn kitchen counter.
Yeah, but now, if you wanted to do a holster retention test, what better place than on the throne?
Yeah, that's a perfect place to do a function test.
I'll tell you what, though, that Comfort Tac versus the VersaCarry, if I'm sitting on the throne, I'd rather have the VersaCarry.
Oh yeah, the VersaCarry, man, that thing has really good retention.
It's there.
Yeah. And it actually works pretty good with gym shorts too.
Yeah, it's not bad. I've only tried it once, but
I'm wearing gym shorts right now, and I've been wearing that all day with my gym shorts. So.
Did he use the word stiff in reference to on the toilet?
Who?
Pat.
He may have.
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe. Sorry, might just be me, but I thought I seen a joke there.
No, I don't think I had those two words in the same sentence.
Okay, my bad. Damn alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bit of the Traverse City apple whiskey, but pretty good stuff. Ain't gonna lie. But
and Squib's lowballing it. That's a drink, right? Didn't he say he was drinking lowballs?
He's trying to bait him. He's throwing the bait up, but he's not hooking it.
That's because he's not.
All right, I'll stop. Sorry.
Sorry, Rob. The fish ain't biting on me.
So what you're saying is Rob is trying to be a master baiter but failing utterly.
Oh, you guys can joke. Okay.
Well, I was going to be nice and say master angler, but yeah, he beat me with the masturbator. Oh God, I stumbled into that one. Fuck.
Oh, but yeah. Well,
Yep, that one wrote itself.
uh-huh. You done.
Oh, there goes
done
the radio in
yourself,
the chat.
Pat.
But anywho, yeah, no, those Schofields. I forget what was the highest caliber that they made that Schofield design in. Was it the 45 Colt?
Yeah, they were. You could get the number 3 in 45 Colt. The Schofield was in 45 Schofield, which was probably its undoing because the military was going to buy more of them. They bought some to test, but the problem was they were sent. You had one fort that got sent Schofields, but 45 Colt, and 45 Colt was too long. If you got sent 45 Schofield with your 45 with your 73 single action armies, you were fine because that would fit in the cylinder still and would fire perfectly fine through it. But the Schofield could not take the 45 Colt round. And basically that was its undoing.
Yeah, they should have went with 45 long Colt. Would have solved all the problems.
Nice.
If you stop and think about it, the Schofield was the better design. It's just dumbass put it in the wrong goddamn caliber.
Yep, pretty much. I guess, and I don't know if they actually made this model or not, but did they actually make one in a high nickel or nickel plate or something on their last runs on that Schofield design? Because I swear I've seen one like that. Now, whether it was redone or something.
I'm not sure when nickel plating came into play, but I know it wasn't in the 1860s, 70s, or 80s, so it might have been around at that time. But
Yeah.
actually, if you see a real old gun from the 1860s, like a revolver from the 1860s, and it looks like nickel, and it's a real one, it's not reproduction, that's actually silver.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know that they have the reproductions that are nickel plated. So, but again, with like Squib said, I'm not sure when they actually started doing the actual nickel plating to be able to answer that question.
Okay, because I always thought those were really awesome looking guns.
Now, if you want an interesting historical connection between the Smith
Right.
& Wesson Model 3 and one
Right,
of the Dirty Harry's gun, the 44 Russian caliber is the parent cartridge of the 44 Special, which is the parent cartridge of the 44 Magnum. So, in essence, what you're looking at is the 44 Russian is the grandparent of the 44 Magnum.
Yes, each case got longer and the powder charge got more increased. Yeah.
Oh, neat. I didn't know that. That's kind of neat to know.
So there was a 44 American before the 44 Russian, and the Russians didn't like it, or they didn't like the diameter or something like that. So the 44 Russian is actually .429, and the Special and the Magnum followed. So it's got that 44 name from the 44 American, which came from the 44 caliber conical bullets and round balls from the black powder cap and ball. So all of this stuff is all this history, one stacked on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other. And that's where we end up with it today. When you get into reloading, you start finding out that, a 357 is a 38, but you go, but it's not 0.38. No, it's 0.357. And, a 380 is not 0.380. It's actually 0.355. And a 44 is a 0.429. And so it's kind of, some of it's marketing and some of it is history, is where these numbers come up with.
Right.
No, and
Yeah.
it also depends on which 44 you're talking about. Because if you're talking about 44 black powder or cap and ball, you're actually getting closer to a 45
Well,
than you are a 44.
the modern reproductions are 451, 454, and 457, but back in the day they weren't. You actually couldn't use a modern round ball in the original. Just like the caps they use today, the number 10s and number 11s, they won't fit an original nipple. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you look at original Colt, the 45 Colt wasn't the same size as what a 45 Colt would be now either.
So it wasn't a 452?
Yeah. No, because if you remember, they could actually fire the 45 Colt through a 44 black powder gun back then because they were converting the 44 black powders into 45 Colt.
Well, yeah, but they could, I'd say bore out the barrel, but now you're making it thinner, right?
Yeah, well, they would use mini ball. The whole point of mini ball is you have a smaller bullet that once you fire it, it expands to hit the rifle.
Grab the rifling and develop the spin.
Exactly.
And it's Minet. It's French.
Yeah.
Minet.
Yeah. Who cares? Mini's easier. I don't have to remember that it's French.
Minet.
Talking about fancy toilets?
No, that's a bidet.
It's a bidet.
And that's a fancy water fountain cleaning.
Now there's one, Rob. Have you had a customer ask you to put a bidet in their house?
Actually, I haven't. Not yet.
You got to start hanging around.
Ones you're hooking to your toilet now.
The day's coming.
The day of the bidet. Rob's going to do a double take. He's going to be like, "You want a what?"
Uh-oh, Rob, you're about to get drug off because Misfit says she's out and she's taking you with her.
Oh, man.
And she says have a good night because she's going to do the same. She's not wearing a vampire costume by any chance, is she?
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, remind me never to get in front of Misfit either. She's got a gun in her hands because she shoots better left-handed than you do.
Yeah, she's been pretty good. So,
So you guys were doing weak-handed drills?
Yeah.
I thought you were. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Messing around a little bit, yeah, trying to switch it up. I think it's the first time she's ever done it, and she smoked me, honestly. So, honestly, I don't push her a lot. Some of the comments were saying like training and stuff. I found when it comes to your spouse, you should pick your battles. So I'm just happy she comes out and shoots and participates. So I don't ride her much in that sense.
Have another, Rob. Have another.
But she's just naturally pretty good, honestly. So I've had to do offhand in the past, like and basically be at a certain level or whatever. But honestly, I haven't done it in a while, so that's kind of what I mentioned earlier. G23s without these classes and everything, without practicing it really don't mean much. So it was a little humbling. I didn't plan on going out and making a video to lose to my lady, but apparently I did.
Well, since she's going to be dragging you off, you got anything you want to say before you get pulled out of here?
If you don't hear from me in a week or something, I don't know, maybe do a courtesy call.
You think she's going to ride you that hard?
I can only hope so.
Well, we knew you well, brother.
All right. You guys have a good one. Take care. Eat a salad. Don't get brainwashed by the Glock clan out there. Careful. Like, they almost got Squib. You see him, right? He's itching to buy a Glock. I understand if
I'll
you need
buy
a
that.
drop gun,
I'll
but
buy that
look,
number
man.
3. I'll buy that number 3 before I buy a Glock. But
All
eventually,
right.
yeah, I'll get it. I really want that number 3.
Yeah, so do I. But of course, we want 2 different models of the number 3. But yeah, we both want a number 3.
All right. Well, I gotta go. You guys have a good night. Thanks for sending me the link. Sorry if I interrupt this stuff with my drunkenness. I do apologize.
Nothing to apologize for, man.
Man, you've been on this channel when you were in a much worse state of drunkenness than this. So
I don't remember that. I think
yeah,
you're
That's
because
the
you were
point.
in a much worse state of drunkenness than this. That's why you don't remember it.
That's
that
the point.
sounds like some mayonnaise bullshit, man. I don't know.
Man, you can go back and listen to the video.
Hey,
Roll.
don't-
All right. Well, have a good night, guys.
All right, later, Rob.
Later,
Bye.
Rob.
That's funny. But, anywho. Oh, while he's getting drug into the weeds or the trees or somewhere and getting violated.
Damn, now, Gary's telling me I need to do a bracket tomorrow night.
What kind of bracket?
I don't know. Western guns? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't like brackets, although I did listen to one of your shows on replay where you had a bracket and I thought it was pretty good. I just can't remember what it was. It definitely wasn't the old West guns. I listened to a couple of those on replay.
Did we do a bracket of that?
You did on one of them, but Rob was just like,
Oh yeah, that's why we did the
I don't
Wild
know.
West Gun. That's why we did the Wild West Gun series, because these guys knew shit about those guns.
Yeah, I know you were the only guy that, and I'm just like, oh, if I could just go back in time and jump on the panel. I'm like, you're killing me.
That would be
Rob's like, I don't know, it's old, it's got wooden grips.
nice.
Yeah, I put those episodes of the show into a playlist, by the way.
I was wondering if you were going to do that. You were talking about it, and I linked all 4 of them in comment section.
5.
I only put 4. Okay, I didn't see the 5th one, the 5th Beetle.
Yeah, I thought there were only 4 too, and then when I went, I was like, oh shit, there's 5 of them.
Well, I might have some 12-hour nights coming up here, so I think I'll put them in my watch later and cringe all over again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But in all honesty, some of the most fun that I've had shooting guns is full metal, wood gripped guns. I mean, actual guns. I mean, polymer's got its place. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like what I carry and stuff like that. But some of the most fun I've had is walnut grip, all steel freaking guns. Can't replace them. Because I've got several hanging up on the wall, and I've got several in the gun chest and everything. And man, those are some of my most fun guns to shoot. Just to get out and just shoot.
Out of my guns, the one that is my wife's favorite is my 627, especially after I put the walnut grips on it. Which, by the way, Squib didn't know that Smith & Wesson put the medallions in their grips.
No, I didn't, because I'm not much of a Smith guy. I'm not saying I don't like them. There are some Smiths that I would like to have, and eventually one day I hope to. But yeah, it's just one of the things that I just didn't know. Now here's the thing, though. So I think the wooden grips look better, right? Especially some custom ones, but even some of the factory ones are pretty good. However, the synthetic grips are more comfortable for something with some recoil.
Yep, totally agree.
That 627. You can't tell the difference between having the rubber grips on there and the wooden one as far as the recoil is concerned. That
Really?
thing with the weight on it, being an end frame, shooting 357, it just eats the recoil.
See, the only 357 with wooden grips I shot was a Colt, and it was really manageable. I shot Stan's Colt Trooper, and we put 38s and 357s in that, and that was really nice gun. But now I'm trying to think of there's one. Is it the Target Master? Is that the Smith 357 I'm thinking of that I want to get?
Is that long barreled?
I want to say it's like a 7 or 8 inch
Yeah,
barrel.
it's
357 from the 60s or 70s.
Yep, you're right on target. Yep.
Yeah. Now see if that's got original Smith grips
Now,
on it.
Is that based on the 27 or the 19?
I'd have to Google it.
It's probably the 27 if I had to guess.
That would be my guess.
Because that one had the little bit fatter grips on it.
If it's got fatter grips and if it's a bigger frame, it's definitely a 27.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 27's an end frame. The 19's
yeah, that's the thinner.
frame.
Yeah, that's Kate. Yeah, exactly. How well did it fit your hands? Did it fill up your hands really good? I mean, like when you grabbed onto it, it was meaty.
You talking about the Colt Trooper?
No, I was talking about the Target Master.
I've never shot one. I just want one.
Oh.
All right, here it is. I found it. The K38 Target Masterpiece.
Oh.
Which is a Model 14.
Model 14.
Okay, and let's see. It's showing a 38 Special. Okay, maybe that's not it.
57's out of it?
I thought there was a 357.
Well, I know the 27 is the target. The 27's a target model. That had the target sights. That was the difference between it and the 28. The 28 had the fixed sight, and the 27 had the target sights. And there was a very limited run of 28s that were also in 45 Colt that people don't realize. They were for like one police department in particular that was using 45 Colt. They wanted that, not the 357, so they did a special run of them just for that one department.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think my buddy's got a 27, and it's got the target sights on it.
Yeah, my grandfather had a 27. That's what I learned to shoot revolver beyond 22. I mean, the first revolver I ever shot was a 22. It was a Ruger Bearcat, I want to say. But when he moved me up to actual centerfire revolver, it was his Model 27.
Yeah,
which was supposed to be my 27, and I never got it.
Yeah, because that was his grandpa's gun. He got it, and he still got it. And that thing that thing shoots smooth.
Well, my grandfather had this thing where whenever one of his grandkids was born, he would go buy a gun. And then when they got old enough, or when he would pass away or whatever, that gun was supposed to go to the grandchild that was born on the day he bought the gun.
Yep.
In my case, it was the Model 27 that he taught me to shoot center fire revolver rounds out of. That was supposed to be my gun, and I never got it. And
Yeah.
yes, I am angry about that.
Yeah. I got pretty lucky. I've almost wound up with all the guns that I ever shot with first, sitting on gun racks and gun safes and everything scattered throughout the house.
I don't have any of my grandfather's guns that I was supposed to get, and I don't have my stepfather's guns that I was supposed to get because my mother, when I moved out, decided that she didn't have to take care of them. And when my wife's dad went in to get our stuff out of my mother's house, he went to check the guns, and they were so badly rusted, he said that they weren't worth taking out of the house.
Ouch. That's pretty sad. Now, there's only one gun that I wish I could get my hands on, but I don't think my cousin will sell it to me. Was the Kansas 3030 Centennial Edition with the gold coins put in the buttstock on each side, and it was gold plated on the receiver of a 3030 Winchester. And that's the gun that I really wish I could get pried out of my cousin's hands. Because that thing is absolutely beautiful.
The gun of my stepfather's that pissed me off was the 3030. It was a J.C. Higgins version of a Marlin 336, and that thing was so smooth in the action and everything on that. That thing was just fun to shoot. And I had used that to take a couple of deer over the years. Not my first deer. My first deer was a gun I ended up having to sell because I needed the money at the time, which I still kick myself for that. That was my Model 66 that my grandfather did buy me on my, so yeah, my grandfather bought that for me, and I ended up having to sell it. And I kick myself all the time, but you know, it's either have the Model 66 or feed the kids.
All right, I did a little Googling, and I have bad news, but good news. I have to buy two Smith & Wessons, apparently. I need the Model 15, the K38 Combat Masterpiece. That's a 38 special. And I need the Model 19 in 357 because that was the substitute that I saw in a movie where some Air Force officers were carrying them, and I have to get the movie gun. So I guess I'm going to have to buy both.
Well, the good news, if you can't find an original 19, is the 19 is in Smith & Wesson's Classics collection.
Yeah, but here's the deal with the classics. They cost as much as the originals, but they're not. Now, here's the thing. If somebody out there knows where I can get a K38 with a USAF stamp on it, it's a surplus one, somebody email me. It's in my about. I know I'm a Marine, but I like all kinds of military surplus. And if I could get a surplus Air Force revolver, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lie.
Now, is that the survival gun? Because the Air Force had the survival gun too.
No, you're talking about the 22?
No, this was a 38 revolver.
Oh, you're talking about the one they issued aircrew.
Uh-huh.
We had that too because when we deployed to Somalia the first time, we found a crate of these things in a warehouse, and they were handing them out to the Navy corpsmen because they didn't have sidearms, and they found a bunch of these 38s that were for aircrew. And back then I wasn't as much of a gun guy, so I didn't bother to take a look and read the model number or anything else like that. I imagine those are the Navy and Air Force probably had the same ones issued. But I saw a movie where they were they were Air Force officers, and I just IMDb'd it, and they used a Model 19 in substitute of the Model 15 in that movie. So I might as well just get the 38 and the 357. So I got a little history and a little Hollywood.
No, you got to get the air crew gun too. I mean, you loaded the planes, right? Isn't that what you did?
Yeah, but my sidearm was an M9. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't say your sidearm. I mean, you got the connection being, working on the planes.
Yeah,
You got to get the gun that the air crew had.
and Air Crew 38 special, right? Let's just Google
Yeah,
that. Let's see what it
those
says
were
here.
those are Smith and Wesson.
Oh,
I don't know
that's
which
the
model.
Colt.
Oh yeah, is that the Colt? I thought Smith made one too for him. Oh shit, that means you got to get 2 more revolvers.
Yeah, because I would
You
think
got to get the Smith and the Colt.
You got a 3.
Yeah, see, I would think Colt would. Yeah, see, it's not.
Oh yeah, okay. Because one of the Hollywood movies that they actually portrayed that in was Flight of the Intruder.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because when the second guy crash lands.
I have the novel Flight of the Intruder, by the way.
Oh, you do?
When Grafton goes in there, he takes both of their sidearms and he just charges at him and just starts discharging them to get him to scatter. Yeah.
Yep.
The prop, the plane that they use for the movie for the static shots is in Ypsilanti, Michigan, or Willow Run, Michigan.
Oh, awesome.
It's in pieces. It's in pieces.
Well, I'm sure it is.
Or at least last time I was down there, it was in pieces. I mean, it's the entire airframe, so they could put it together.
Are they restoring it, or they just left it in pieces?
They got it in pieces. It was shipped to them in crates and pieces, and they were going to put it together for one of the displays. But it is one of them things where the museum burned down. They lost funding. I used to volunteer down there, so it's been a long time. I should go back. It's been a while. Make a YouTube video.
Oh, that'd be cool.
They should figure out some way to get that up to like Wright Patterson or someplace. Get
They
it
wouldn't
museum.
display an A6 at Wright Pat.
No.
Sure?
No, they don't have Navy at Wright Pat.
No.
Now, they do have an Army Air Corps B-25 at a Navy museum in Pensacola, though.
You could do that. Or the Air and Space Museum.
Yeah.
There's A6s on display here and there.
Yeah. Yeah, the Air and Space Museum, if they couldn't do it directly in Washington, they also have the branch in Dallas where they have Space Shuttle and some other planes.
Yeah, the Annex building, that's got all the cool stuff.
Yep, I've been there before. That's pretty cool. Damn it. What was the place that they took the Memphis Belle?
Which one? The original one, or all the other ones that have just been painted? There is a B-17 Foxtrot model in Memphis on Mud Island, and it says Memphis Belle, and it's not the original.
Right. But the original Memphis Belle went to Memphis up until about, what was it, 15, 20 years ago? And they stripped her down and hauled her off to somewhere to be overhauled and rebuilt somewhere. And if I'm remembering the timeline right, it should be pretty close to done now.
The refurbishment completed in 2018 at Wright Pat?
Yeah. It should be done.
Yeah. Okay, so Wright Pat completed in 2018. Yep.
Yeah.
But now, what about the one that I saw on Mud Island back in 92? That wasn't the real one, was it?
Unless it was at Memphis, it probably. Well, it went to two different places. It was somewhere before Memphis, then it went to Memphis, and then it got stripped down, crated up, and they were gonna rebuild it somewhere.
You said the Navy Museum had the B-26 Mitchell.
The Pensacola has a B-25 Bravo
B-25.
that is supposed to be what the same model that flew off the Hornet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the B-25 Mitchell. Yeah, that's a B-26.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those were the planes using the Doolittle raid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
That's the only Army Air Corps aircraft at that Navy museum.
Yeah,
And those planes were stripped down to basically just being a frameless sheet metal. Yeah, they took the machine guns and everything off of them. Otherwise, they may not have been able to get off the deck.
Yeah, because what they had, like 4 machine guns, bombs, and they were rolling fuel tanks after that, going off the flight deck.
Yeah, I mean, they had to lighten those things wherever they could, and that meant the sacrificing the machine guns.
Yeah,
okay. The one I saw in 1992 was the original Memphis Belle. Okay.
Yeah. And where was that at?
In Mud Island in the Mississippi River, Memphis. Okay, I'm reading the Wikipedia here, and I thought that was not the original because I've seen other ones painted to match.
Yeah, if it was in Memphis, yeah, that was the original.
Back in the day.
there's been 6 different aircraft after that was named the Memphis Belle. There's been B-2 bombers. There's been God damn it.
Yeah, but I think they've got some B-17s that have gone to the air show circuits that are painted Memphis Belle, and they're not the original.
Right. But yeah, if you saw that one down
movie props too.
Down there, yeah, that was the original, and it was rotting away. Because was it undercover or not?
Well, a lot of that stuff was.
There was a cover over the top. So imagine like a circus tent with no sides to it. So from the side, there was nothing, right? But directly over the top, it was like a white tent type covering.
Yeah, if you watch, I don't know if you guys have ever seen The Chieftain on YouTube.
Yep.
When he's gone down to the tank museum down there in Benning, and they're having a hard time restoring some of these tanks because they were all stored outside. They would throw them outside in the museum instead of putting them in a museum and leave them out there in the rain and whatnot. But if you haven't seen the Chieftain's channel, check it out. He does a lot of stuff where he goes and looks at like old tanks and other military vehicles.
I love you.
And he's a officer in the United States Army. He's a lieutenant colonel in the Texas Guard, I think, or the reserves in Texas. I forget which one. But he's got an interesting history himself. Not only has he served in the United States Army, he also served in the Army of the Republic of Ireland. His father was Irish. His mother's an American. So he has dual citizenship in both countries, and he has served in both militaries. He started out the reason why he's the chieftain, he started out serving in the Irish Republican Army, or not the Irish Republican Army. Yeah, that'll be really great because I don't think they had tanks, but he's serving in the Republic of Ireland Army as a chieftain driver and gunner and everything. And then when he joined the United States Army, he transitioned over to where he was a tanker in the Army, and first was commanding an Abrams, and then moved over from tank to mechanized cavalry and was commanding a Bradley. Now he commands a desk.
Well, that sounds a lot like Kevin Owens on the Fieldcraft Survival channel. Uh, he came from a lot of the exact same background, fighting the IRA, and then I can't remember the exact timeline, but I think he was 26 or 27 when he got out of the that military, came over here, floundered around for about 2 years, and then got accepted into the military. And he knew more about arms, IEDs, and stuff than anybody else in the United States ever knew. Just because he was doing county counterterrorism and stuff. But yeah, go look up Kevin Owens.
Yeah,
That
not
guy.
the wrestler.
No,
No, but
no.
Chieftain, his real name's Nicholas Moran. He served in both Iraq and Afghanistan. In Iraq, he was a tank commander. In Afghanistan, he was a Bradley commander.
Yeah, I've seen his channel. No, he seems like a really good, solid guy. Really does. That guy's been after what, 8, 10 years now.
Chieftain, I don't know how long he's had his channel. He's got some videos that go back a few years. I know that, and he also works for Wargaming, the ones that do World of Tanks and World of Warships and stuff.
Yep.
He's their tank guy. When they have a question about tanks, he's the one they ask.
Yep.
But like I said, he goes to different museums and stuff and climbs in the tanks and gives you a tour of the tank and tells you about the engine and the transmission and how to tension the tracks and all that good stuff.
No, and that would be really cool because some of the stuff that's let out, that's left out on tanks and stuff, like as far as just the general maintenance, just what you had to do to keep that tank rolling. A lot of those historians do not put that in there, and that's one of the things I find kind of neat, because you have to do this to keep this thing rolling.
Yeah. Well, one of his pet peeves with the Abrams is something that the Abrams doesn't have that the British tanks do. With the British tanks, you can tension the track from inside the tank with the flip of a switch. With the Abrams, you have to get outside and break out the toolbox.
Yeah, that sucks in wartime. And I'm sure Squib would probably agree with that.
Squib wasn't a tanker.
No, I'm just saying, anything you have to get out and manually adjust on anything is a flip of a switch.
One of my instructors at MCT was a tanker. He said, you think it's cool because you're riding around in a tank instead of humping. That means marching, or with a pack and a rifle and all the gear and stuff, right? And you're in this tank and whatnot. But he says, when you get secured for liberty on Friday, when the grunts are getting secured for liberty on Friday and they're all taken off to go out in town and get drunk, you're washing the tank. That's what he told me. So it ain't what it's cracked up to be.
You're washing it. You're checking all the fluids. You're checking the track tensioning before you turn that thing in.
It's Friday afternoon, and you're watching all these guys change into civvies and go out in town, and you're there, doing all that crap.
Yep. You gotta make sure everything is above board with that tank and properly policed before you go and turn that into the battalion armorer for the tank division that you belong to.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yep. And there is literally a checklist that you have to go over before you can turn that tank in. There's also a checklist that you have to go over before you can drive off the lot with that tank. When you first sign it out, you got to do the exact same thing both times. You got to go over every bit of that tank and make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be. If it's not, you have to put in there what you see is wrong with it and go back and talk to the guy that's issuing the tanks that day.
You do the same thing when you check a Humvee out of a motor pool.
Mm-hmm. Anytime you check out any of the vehicles in the motor pool.
Okay, well, let me ask you guys this. It's been about 3 or 4 years ago, but they pulled that German tank out of a basement with no tracks on it, but it was ready to go. It was a Tiger, if I'm remembering, if memory serves me right, a Tiger 2 tank out of this
King
guy's
Tiger.
basement.
Yeah, it was a King Tiger. How the hell the guy got it in his basement? I don't know. He would have had to have built the house around the fucking thing. Those things were ginormous.
Yeah, and they rolled it out of there, and it looked pristine. And I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, looks can be deceiving because you don't know what it looks like on the inside. There's only one completely operational Tiger or Tiger 2 anywhere in the world, and that's at Bovington at the Tank Museum in England.
And it was nuts how they had, how the fuck they had to get that out of there.
You ever play Battlefield 5?
Nope.
Okay. There's a mission in that game where you're playing as a German tank commander in the campaign. The tank that you're driving in that game is the one that is sitting in Bovington.
Oh, nice. So unwrecked.
I think the Bovington Tiger was abandoned. Very minimal damage to it, abandoned, and they snatched it and brought it back. So,
yeah.
A lot of stuff was destroyed by their crews. They were told destroy it in place as opposed to letting the enemy get it. Sometimes they didn't have time. Sometimes the charges didn't go off. You know, no matter what, whether it was American, Russian, German, Japanese, what have you, some of the stuff got recovered. Even some of the stuff that got recovered got destroyed later on. Lots of stuff ended up scrapped, destroyed. I mean, there are lots of pieces of history that could have very easily fit into a museum here, a museum there, that were purposely scrapped. Mm-hmm. And it's a shame.
Use the targets.
Yeah, or use it, yeah. And it's a shame. You obviously can't save everything, right? So whenever you find a piece of history here or there, it's a connection to the past.
Oh, by the way, if you haven't seen it, the Tech Museum also has a really good YouTube channel.
Oh, speaking of history, they parked an old B-17 out on a bombing range, and they put it clear in the corner, so that way it wouldn't get bombed for just random target practice and stuff like that. They hauled it back. This has just been a couple years ago. The skin and everything was degraded off of it. It was basically a skeleton. But it had all the engines, everything intact. And I can't remember the name of that fucking bomber for the life of me. But it literally got hauled off the gun range. Damn it. Now I wish I could remember the name of that fucking bomber.
You want to see something cool on
Piss-
Chieftain's channel? Look at the last video he did when he went to the tank museum down there on Fort Benning. They have a cutaway of a Tiger where it has the panels cut off the sides and stuff so you can see in it. You can see what it actually looks like inside the tank without having to climb into the tank.
Oh, nice.
It was that tank has been that way since World War II when it was captured in North Africa, I think he said in the video. And right next to it, they have a Panzer IV with the same thing done to it. Oh, we're losing people out there. We've been going for over 4 hours. I think it's time to wrap it, guys.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
you got anything you want to say before we get out of here, Pat?
Well, yeah, go check me out on YouTube. I am Pat in a Bunker. I got a couple of videos coming up here, hopefully shortly, and doing a industry video for some 5.56, 223, 9mm, all your standard stuff. Guys have been making a lot of bullet press stuff for a lot of different companies. Yeah, you can wave your hand at them. They pretty much made their presses and stuff at them for bullets, brass, just about anything you can think of. But yeah, it's going to be a good video. So thanks for having me on tonight, Rich. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem. What about you, Squib? Anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Nah.
All right, short and sweet. So, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody out there in the YouTubes. Gary's still out there. He's the last one that said anything, and he just said that like 2 minutes ago. So, yep, we will catch y'all tomorrow night, and I'll try to come up with some kind of bracket since Gary asked. So, I don't know what it'll be on. Maybe we can do a bracket on tanks. How much do you think people would know about tanks to do a bracket on tanks?
Probably not many.
Yeah, probably not many. Yeah, I'll have to invite Nicholas Moran on. I doubt that guy's got enough time to jump on my show. I would love to have the chieftain on the show. Don't get me wrong, but oh, by the way, he's a gun guy as well. If you watch his when he does his Q&A episodes, he always has a gun of the week, gun of the month, whatever he calls it, where that comes from his personal gun collection that he has.
If you're going to do land battleships, you got to make sure you got a little bit of variety, like a Renault FT or a Matilda or
have you seen
like
my
a
Instagram?
Sheridan or I don't IG, man.
Oh,
Come on, man.
I got a picture of an FT-17 that was used by the United States Army in World War One.
Nice.
It's at it's up at Carlisle Barracks at the museum there, U.S. Army. Shit, I can't remember the name of it right now. But they got a museum right outside Carlisle Barracks. That's part of the military college, the military leader college, whatever it is. And it's free to the public. You just walk right in and Yeah, it's right there.
Along with the Army's nuclear force.
Let me go. I'm gonna look on my Instagram real quick. That's like it is at the United States Army Heritage and Education Center, which is right outside Carlisle Barracks, which is right outside Harrisburg. You get on 81 from Harrisburg and right there. But, yeah, I can actually show that real quick on screenshot before we get out of here, or share it before we get out of here. But, yeah. Tired, Pat? But, yeah.
It's been a long last couple days.
Yeah,
There you go. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
That is a light, fast tank for its time.
Oh yeah, that was the first tank to have a turret with the gun in the turret.
Yep.
Yep, that's an old Renault.
Yep, Renault FT17.
Yep.
Yep. Oh. What do they used to call that? The lightning strike or something like that along those lines.
I just call all those French tanks ducks because they all look like a duck.
Yeah, they're pretty.
They got the little tail sticking out the back, and the way that if you look at the turret, the way the turret's positioned, it looks like a duck when they're like laying down. Well, they do. Look at all those French tanks. Especially it's like the B1 and the B2. They look like a tank. The tank looks like a duck when the duck's laying down. The way they pull their head in and
Really, Rich. Really.
Dude, my wife goes and feeds the ducks all the time. Trust me, they look like a duck when they're laying down. Anyway.
Yep.
We'll catch y'all that tomorrow night. I'll come up with something for a bracket at some point. Yeah. And we'll leave you with this.
You guys are probably really scared right now, and I understand that completely. But I get the better of the deal, and even though it's 3 versus 2, you guys are outnumbered because we're better than you guys. Yeah, we are. We're legends in our own mind compared to you guys. Even though you guys got the egos, we have got the wrestling skill. And this guy right here, we're the space